Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our program in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Welcome to the AlUla Conference for Emerging Market Economies. Kindly take your seats as we will begin shortly. Before we start, please take note of a few important housekeeping details for today's event. In case of an emergency, please follow the illuminated evacuation signs located at the emergency exits. Our team members, identifiable by their brown vests, are available to assist you if needed. A short break will be held at 10:50 and lunch will be served at 12:10. Please refer to the event schedule for session timings and further details. Simultaneous translation is available in Arabic, English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, Mandarin, and Ukrainian. Headsets are available on your seats if needed. Thank you, and we look forward to an insightful and productive conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin our program now.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، حضورنا الكريم، أهلا وسهلا بكم في محافظة العلا، أرض التراث العريق والمستقبل الواعد.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to AlUla, a land of rich heritage and a promising future. We are honored to welcome you to the inaugural AlUla Conference for Emerging Market Economies,
an annual platform that brings together thought leaders and decision makers to discuss the challenges and opportunities facing emerging economies in a rapidly changing world.
Under this year's theme, Rise Strong, Building Resilience in a Changing World, this conference serves as a catalyst for open dialogue, strengthened collaboration, and innovative solutions that will shape the future economic landscape regionally and globally.
With its timeless history, AlUla today embraces the future of emerging markets, and we look forward to this conference becoming an annual cornerstone for charting a path towards shared growth and prosperity.
Before we begin our series of insightful sessions and discussions, let us take a moment to watch a short film that beautifully encapsulates the essence of our theme and highlights the journey from AlUla to a shared and a prosperous future.
From the majestic mountains, a new story begins. Threads of collaboration intertwine, reshaping the landscape of emerging markets. Innovation lights up the sky like a constellation of possibilities, guiding us toward a brighter horizon. Here in AlUla, whispers of ancient civilizations meet the pulse of a promising present.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is my distinct honor to commence the AlUla Conference for Emerging Market Economies by inviting His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Jud'an, Saudi Minister of Finance, to deliver his opening remarks.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سألقي الكلمة باللغة الإنجليزية لمن لا يتحدث اللغة الإنجليزية. أمامكم الأجهزة بالترجمة للغة العربية. Good morning, everyone. Ministers, governors, leaders of multilateral institutions, distinguished academics and honored guests. I'm delighted to welcome you all to AlUla, a place with a great culture and historical significance. It is my real pleasure to officially inaugurate this AlUla Conference for Emerging Markets Economies. We are hosting this conference in partnership with the IMF and its Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, And we thank the IMF for their strong support for this unique event. I would like also to thank and recognize the great efforts made by the IMF regional office in Riyadh, who will be supporting in the capacity building and development efforts in the region, especially for fragile states. Today, we will explore ways to address our shared challenges so we can build a stronger global economy that is durable and inclusive for all nations and peoples. The road ahead is indeed not easy. To improve the global economy and address our shared challenges, there is no pathway more effective than a broad multilateral cooperation. And that work starts with the conversations like the ones we are having at this conference. In the next 2 days, we will discuss many important topics, such as structural shifts, elevated debt, and limited fiscal space or financial conditions. We will also talk about the impact of technologies, monetary policy, trade and investment, and building resilience in the face of potential shocks in a sluggish global economy. As you all know, making progress in these areas require more than just technical skills. We need to address these challenges in a complex and evolving geopolitical landscape. But even though the political winds change often, sometimes indeed dramatically, we should all be laser focused on improving the lives of our people. Too much of the public dialogue, unfortunately, is about ideology, when we should be pragmatic about doing things that work sustainably. We must find common ground to serve the common good. We should be seeking win-win solutions, fostering productive cooperation between East and West, South and North, with a view to create a positive spillover to our neighbors and trading partners. This means that the governments and the private sector will have to work together for their economies. They will have to work together to prepare citizens for the workplace of the future, and it will require a long-term vision with a well-defined, well-communicated plan from leaderships. Improving the economic prospects for emerging markets and developing economies is not just a lifeline for their own people, but it is also a direct benefit to higher income countries. Since we all share the benefits, we should also work together to address structural risks like sovereign debt, which threatens development gains. This will require more innovative ways to deal with the issues, including through improving global initiatives such as the Common Framework for Debt Restructuring. More can be done indeed to fix the debt problem by both debtors and creditors alike. Also, at a time when capital is scarce, we should also use every dollar efficiently and effectively. Halting waste in procurement could save at least $1 trillion a year globally, according to the World Bank report. Countries should also collect and manage quality data, enact performance reviews, use the best available technology while operating transparently to increase accountability. All of us must enact fiscal reforms, diversify our economies, and increase the private sector role to improve our competitiveness and efficiency. Providing assistance with such required reforms has been characterized as conditionality, reflecting an imbalance of power between poor and wealthier nations. In the past, I would acknowledge, we know that international financial institutions and other lenders may have made some mistakes in program design and conditionality. And this had severe impact on both economies and people. Yet, the IMF and other lenders have learned from the experience and improved their capabilities in program design. Those programs now include safeguards and buffers to help protect the poorest citizens. And I thank Kristalina for and her team for their great efforts to promote social protection in the fund's programs. In the end, these reforms and tough policy choices will make our economy stronger and help us build a better shared future. Before we dive into our discussions, I invite you to take a moment to reflect on two things that you believe could drive meaningful change in your economy and the global future. I mention this because I think we should be focused on building practical solutions for a better shared future. Let us start doing this today, together. And I look forward to exchanging views and sharing our experiences. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful remarks. It is now my honor to invite Her Excellency, Dr. Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, to deliver her opening remarks.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to start by thanking Minister Al-Judan and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting us in this incredibly beautiful place, and express my deep appreciation for Minister Al-Judan's role as the chair of the IMFC. We at the IMF are deeply grateful for your dedication to the functioning of our institution. Minister Al-Judan not only identified a gap in terms of space for emerging markets to discuss policy issues of common interest, but he decided to close it. And I am delighted that the IMF's new regional office in Riyadh, supported by Saudi Arabia, has played a very important role in turning Minister Al-Judan's vision into a reality. Here we are, coming from different corners of the world with one objective: to identify what are the issues that emerging markets face and how they can best address them. Now is a time of sweeping transformations in the global economy in terms of technology, demography, and geopolitics, creating a more challenging and uncertain environment for policy makers everywhere, with some specificities in terms of both risks and opportunities for emerging markets. We know, for example, that trade is no longer the engine of growth it used to be. Unlike in the decades of the 90s and 2000s, when global trade grew faster than global GDP, today the two are pretty much matching, and even trade may be falling behind GDP growth. When global trade slows down, opportunities for regional trade and cross-regional trade become more important, more valuable. We also know that governments around the world are shifting policy priorities. The new US administration has been clear that it intends to take action in the areas of trade, tax and spending, deregulation, immigration, and digital assets. And the technology revolution, especially AI, is upon us, set to transform the way we live and work, with massive impact on jobs as early as in the next 5 years. What does that mean for emerging markets? You, the leaders in this room, you have weathered the shocks of the past few years remarkably well. And your economies have delivered 2/3 of global growth. But recipes from the past may no longer provide the path to prosperity. Emerging markets will need to be agile, adaptable, and resilient. These will be the ingredients for future success. Looking into the next years, there are a number of areas to watch, and I would highlight 3. First, inflation. It is expected to go back to target levels faster in advanced economies than in most emerging markets. A stronger US dollar could trigger capital outflows, and this makes monetary policy more complicated for emerging markets, and I am very pleased we would have a dedicated session to this topic. Second, like in advanced economies, many emerging economies are dealing with high debt, and we heard that from Minister Al-Judan, limited fiscal resources, and mounting spending pressures, a challenging triple threat. Too often, countries use fiscal stimulus to boost short-term domestic demand. And while this sugar rush provides temporary growth, it often fuels inflation and financial turbulence. In the current environment, stepping on the gas pedal is not the solution. Instead, we need to focus on the efficiency of the engine. And that takes me to my third point: the critical importance of structural reforms to improve competitiveness, increase productivity, and enhance growth prospects. At the IMF, we are known for our dedication to macroeconomic and financial stability. Yes, it must be preserved or restored to enable growth. But it also must be utilized to pursue reforms, especially those that can boost productivity. Slow productivity growth accounts for more than half of the global growth slowdown in recent decades. And just think, if countries narrow their overall productivity gaps with the United States by just 15%, this would add 1.2 percentage points to global growth. And you would hear me time and again talking about the criticality to focus on productivity. And what it means is transformational reforms, and we heard that also from Minister Al-Judan, improve the business environment by cutting red tape, increase competition, encourage entrepreneurship. All of this can help countries create jobs and harness the benefits and the promises of technologies such as AI. And let's step back. Why we need this? Because only when we achieve higher productivity, stronger growth, we can meet the aspirations of people for higher standards of living, for better future for them and for their children. So I think we can agree here that double down on productivity pays off. But we also need to double down on our search for promising new ideas. This is what we intend to do during this conference. Together, we can look for new ways to jumpstart growth in emerging markets. We recognize our responsibility at the IMF in this regard. We just created a new IMF Advisory Council on Growth and Competitiveness. And I want to thank Minister Sturzenegger of Argentina for agreeing to serve on it. We count on our deep engagement with you to find the ways in which economies can be stronger for their people. But we also know that, yes, working on your own is very important. But equally, if not more important, is working together. Minister Al-Judan recently said, working together to fix our global economic ship so it benefits more people is not a charitable act. It is a wise investment in our common future. And I cannot agree more that these new forms of cooperation, one is an example of which is this conference, are crucially important. So we have to be determined, we have to be engaged, but most importantly, we must remain positive. Yes, together we can do well for our countries, for our people. Shukran.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my privilege to invite Dr. Pan Gongqing, Governor of the People's Bank of China, to the stage to deliver a keynote address entitled Emerging Markets Amid Structural Shifts in the World Economy.
Your Excellency, Minister Mohammed Al-Judan, Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva, distinguished guests, good morning. It is my great pleasure to be here to discuss challenges facing emerging markets and the policy response. In recent years, emerging markets have strengthened their resilience to external risks. Over the past 2 years, despite the interest rate volatility, the impact on emerging markets growth and financial markets has been much less noticeable compared to the 2008 global financial crisis. This is attributable to the improvement of monetary policy framework, foreign exchange reserve management, debt structures of many emerging markets, which has substantially increased their economic resilience. In 2023, G20 emerging markets contributed nearly 2/3 of global growth. Emerging markets are now one of the key drivers of global growth and are increasingly more visible and vocal on global stage. The international landscape is undergoing profound changes. We have a lot of uncertainties ahead of us. Today, I would like to talk about how we see the challenges facing emerging markets and their possible policy response. And on top of it, I would also talk a little bit about the challenges faced by China and our policy response. First, on challenges and policy responses by emerging markets. In my view, emerging markets face 4 key challenges. The first challenge is geopolitical tension and economic fragmentation. In recent years, geopolitical conflicts and protectionism have been on the rise. They may disrupt global value chains and hinder the free flow of currency, technology, capital, and people. They have been a drag on global growth and productivity gains. And the rising divergences in key industries across countries may lead to uneven development and resource misallocation. Second challenge is the slower growth of global economy in the medium term. We are now facing policy uncertainties in some economies. If protectionism escalates, rising trade fluctuations will hurt trade and investment, drive up inflation expectations, and undermine medium-term growth. According to the IMF forecast, the global economy will only grow by 3% in the medium term, which is the lowest level since 2000s. The third challenge is the financial market volatility and the capital outflow pressures. The trajectory of interest rate movement in major advanced economies remains highly uncertain. The markets have become particularly sensitive to unexpected economic data. If the actual path of rate cuts differs significantly from market expectations, market repricing may increase asset price volatility in emerging markets. Meanwhile, the path of global inflation remains uncertain. If inflationary pressures rise again, some economies may have to raise interest rates. As a result of this, monetary policy may diverge further. The emerging market may face financial volatility and capital outflow pressure. The fourth challenge is high public debt and its implication for financial sector. The IMF points out the global public debt risk has risen significantly due to political and other factors. Debt risks not only exist in developing countries. The level of the public debt in some advanced economies also merits close attention. The BIS recently found that debt in major advanced economies poses the biggest challenge to the macroeconomic and financial stability. If investors' growing concerns about the fiscal prospects trigger volatility in the government bond market, the impact could quickly spread to the other assets. This would increase liquidity and solvency risks and threaten financial stability. In response to these challenges, on the one hand, emerging markets must take proactive measures to strengthen resilience. First, we should continue improving monetary policy framework, enhancing the efficiency and monetary policy transmission, increasing policy transparency, and improving policy communication and market expectation guidance. Second, we should increase exchange rate flexibility to fully leverage its role as an automatic stabilizer for the balance of payments and improve resilience to external shocks. Third, we should strengthen public debt management to enhance debt sustainability. In the meantime, we should rebuild fiscal space to leave more room for potential shocks down the road. Fourth, we should improve macroprudential policies and financial regulation to maintain economic and financial stability. Fifth, we should develop local currency bond market, promote local currency investment and financing cooperation, reduce the impact of capital flows on domestic financial system. On the other hand, emerging markets must uphold multilateralism and firmly pursue win-win cooperation. Given rising deglobalization and higher policy uncertainty in major advanced economies, emerging markets should practice true multilateralism. We should foster solidarity and South-South cooperation on a broader and deeper level. We should also strengthen macroeconomic policy coordination and jointly promote global economic growth and financial stability. Under the strong leadership of Kristalina, the IMF has made great progress in surveillance and governance reform. At the same time, there is still more work to be done for us to advance the global financial governance reform. First, we hope the IMF can step up support for developing countries. The IMF should further enhance the effectiveness of the bilateral and multilateral surveillance. It should try to remove restrictions on trade, investment, and the supply side, and pursue fair and equitable global governance. The IMF should also develop more comprehensive policy tools and stabilization mechanisms to help emerging markets and developing countries address rising capital flow risks and other external shocks. Second, the IMF should advance the governance reforms to fully reflect the weight of emerging markets in the global economy. The current quota shares can no longer reflect the actual position of emerging markets in the global economy. We call on the IMF to set a concrete and binding timetable for future quota realignment and discuss fiscal realignment plans by June 2025. Given the reaching consensus and the new quarter formula often take time, a more pragmatic approach should be adopted. We should not let prolonged quarter formula discussion delay a more urgent quarter realignment. Now let me talk about the challenges to the Chinese economy and our policy response. In 2024, the Chinese economy hit the 5% growth target. The policy package announced in September has been particularly instrumental in supporting our growth. Over the past few years, China has faced risks and challenges, but we have taken timely and targeted measures to mitigate risks and increase economic resilience. However, we still face some challenges today. Like other emerging market economies, we are also faced with risks posed by rising trade protectionism, geopolitical tension, and the fragmentation of global economy. Besides, price growth and consumer demand in China can be stronger. Having said that, we still have confidence in China's economy. Its fundamentals remain sound. We have our own strengths, such as dynamic innovation, big market, good infrastructure, and well-established industrial chains, just to name a few. In 2025, China will continue to foster new growth drivers, open up more opportunities for cooperation, and provide certainty to the global economy. To support growth, we will adopt more proactive fiscal policy and an accommodative monetary policy. We will also strengthen counter-cyclical policy adjustments. In the meantime, thanks to policy efforts in recent years, risks posed by local government debt and the real estate market are greatly reduced. To achieve high quality and sustainable economic development, we have been transforming our growth model. In the past, the Chinese economy was mainly driven by investment. Now, we are focusing more on consumption. Our pro-consumption policies include boosting household income, providing more consumption subsidies, and strengthening social safety net. By doing so, we can better tap the role of consumption as a key driver of growth. In the meantime, we keep improving the quality and the efficiency of investment and supply, encouraging innovation and promoting productivity growth. This could shift our economy away from high-speed growth to innovation-driven and quality-driven. We try to strike an equilibrium both domestically and externally. In recent years, China's external balance has improved significantly. The current account surplus has dropped from around 10% of GDP in 2007 to about 2% now. China will remain committed to reform and opening up. We will uphold multilateralism and advocate free trade and fair competition. Recently, a number of factors have pushed up US dollar index. Non-dollar currencies have mostly depreciated, but RMB has remained largely stable, despite the higher market volatility. A stable RMB has played a key role in maintaining global financial and economic stability. China will continue to let the market play a decisive role in exchange rate formation. We very effectively leverage the role of the exchange rate as the automatic stabilizer for macroeconomy and the balance of the payments. Meanwhile, we will adopt macroprudential policies in times of exchange rate overshooting, so as keep the RMB exchange rate basically stable at an adaptive and equilibrium level. Dear colleagues, emerging markets have already become one of the key drivers of global growth and a key force in global economic governance. Saudi Arabia has been an important hub linking Asia, Africa, and Europe since ancient times. It has witnessed the exchange of diverse cultures and trade. As the Arabic proverb goes, one hand couldn't clap. In today's complicated global environment, we should stay committed to open collaboration, stand united, and work toward a more fair and inclusive international financial system. Only by doing so can we truly advance the global economic recovery and support sustainable development. To conclude, I wish today's conferences full success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pan Gong Singh, for your insightful address. We now begin our first panel discussion titled Emerging Markets, Addressing Policy Challenges Amid Structural Shifts in the World Economy. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists to the stage. His Excellency Mr. Ali bin Ahmed Al-Kuwari, Minister of Finance of the State of Qatar. Mr. Jin Lichen, President and Chair of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Mr. Olaimi Cardoso, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Professor Jose de Gregorio, Dean of the School of Economics and Business at the University of Chile. This panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Jihad Azrour, Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department at the International Monetary Fund. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first start by thanking the Saudi authorities for hosting us in this marvelous place in AlUla. And also I would like to thank Minister Al-Jad'an and his highly capable team for the outstanding collaboration we're having together between the fund and the Kingdom of Saudi, but also in organizing such an important event. This session will focus on policy challenges facing emerging markets in a world economy that is going through structural shifts. As the IMF Managing Director put it a few weeks ago, the world economy is facing quite a lot of uncertainty in 2025. Uncertainty around macroeconomic outcomes and policies spiked during the pandemic 5 years ago and has remained elevated since. This is posing major challenges for both monetary and fiscal policymakers, especially as fiscal space is limited and debt levels are elevated. We will address two issues in this session. The first one will focus on economic policy making to build resilience amid high uncertainty. And in the second round, we will delve into how EMs view and manage the structural changes affecting the global economy. Let me start with Governor Cardozo from Nigeria. Mr. Governor, your country has implemented an impressive stride of reforms recently, including the reform of fuel price subsidies and the unification of the exchange rate. These policy changes were also accompanied by significant monetary policy tightening that happened last year. Let me get your views on the lessons that you could share with other EMs from the reform drive to enhance macroeconomic stability and build resilience.
Hello? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, first of all, let me just quickly thank the IMF and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this very kind invitation. It's always quite a pleasure to have the opportunity to exchange views and learn from each other. Undoubtedly, by way of context, is to say that we in Nigeria have been through a relatively challenging time with respect to our economy. I became governor of the central bank about less than 18 months ago and inherited a situation where there was exit of capital flows, multiple exchange rate regime, and depreciation of currency, and of course high inflation. And the things that one had to immediately come to terms with, and of course a backlog of foreign exchange transactions, and people had basically lost confidence in the currency. I think it's important to give that context. And my approach to this was to basically come to terms with the fact that we had a backlog of foreign exchange transactions. We owed money, and we needed to give confidence to the market to let them know that we were going to make do that the backlog, irrespective of what needed to be done. So that gave some confidence to the market. In addition to that, we were very, very bold and ambitious on the monetary policy side. Within the course of less than a year, we hiked interest rates by 850 basis points. We also shifted away from quasi-fiscal interventions, which had also distorted our economy. And we were very, very focused on orthodox monetary policies, very focused on that, and gave that direction to the market that we had absolutely no intention of getting out of that. We were not going to have any quasi-fiscal interventions of any sort. And of course, with that, we also had to fix the foreign exchange system, which had basically gone into a great deal of problems. We had a situation where the gap between the official and the black market rate was really up to about 60%. And as a result of consistent messaging to the market, as a result of the orthodox monetary policies that we use, and consistent communication, we have now come to a situation where the gap between those two is down to about 4-5%. And of course, capital inflows have gradually begun to come back into the system. It was very important in doing all this to be very mindful of the fact that we needed to build back trust in the system. And doing that, we of course used a B matching system, whereby the transparency of trading in the foreign exchange market is very clear to everybody. We also In addition to that, implemented a foreign exchange code where we brought all the banks together and all signed up to a code of ethics to ensure that everybody understood the road of travel and were very clear of what the implications were for playing outside of that. So these are all things that we did to ensure that at the end of the day we were able to accomplish a lot of stability. Our reserves level shot up, and as at the last, reserves level was in excess of 40 billion US, which really was the highest we had in almost 3 years because of these distortions that are taking place in the economy. We also went in line with the diasporans and also were able to attract money from there. Another major reform was the lifting of the fuel subsidy. Unfortunately, we had a fuel subsidy which, between the fuel subsidy and the multiple exchange rates, had lost the country about 6% of GDP on a yearly basis. And there was no courage over the years to lift this subsidy. That was lifted, and that also made a tremendous amount of difference to the road of travel for the country. Undoubtedly, there's a lot more to be done. The financial sector reforms, we've taken that very boldly. We have, we've made the banks recapitalize in order to strengthen the banking systems, and for them in particular to have buffers that will be able to take them into the future. And so far, that also has worked very, very well. But by way of conclusion, to say that as a result of some of these very, very difficult and painful but necessary reforms, we have gradually begun to find stability in the macroeconomic environment of Nigeria.
Let me ask you a follow-up question, Mr. Governor. The high level of uncertainty that the world economy is going through, is this affecting your policy setting? Are you going to maintain the same course of reforms?
Well, this is a very good question. And let me say that my experience has been that it is important for economies to understand their own economies and not necessarily go in line with what everybody else is doing. And I say this because when we started hiking, we found that, or let me say, at the shorter end of our hiking spree, we found that the global economy was going in the opposite direction, okay? But it was very important, given our understanding of where the Nigerian economy was, that we maintained that path. And to be frank, there was a lot of pushback, but I can say that a year later, practitioners, our colleagues are seeing that we made the right decisions. So it is important to look at your data sets and be very comfortable with your decisions with respect to where the future lies.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Professor De Gregorio. Professor, you were central banker in the past during the global financial crisis, and at that time you were among the very few who were able to, in fact, act counter-cyclically and cut interest rates when others were going the other way around, and you were one of those who were able to manage it skillfully. Based on your experience, what factors contributed to the ability of the central bank at the time to cut rates and support the economy in the challenging external environment? And what would be your advice today for policymakers who are dealing with all these shocks?
Yeah, thanks very much. Hi. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this great conference in this amazing place. So thanks very much. Let me talk to you a little bit about Chile. During the global financial crisis, indeed, was the first time that we apply contracyclical macro policy. So the question, what were the foundations in order to be able to do that? And I think that's quite standard. We have a strong fiscal position to a large extent because we save a lot of money from the windfall from copper price. We're an important copper producer, so it was quite important. We have an independent central bank following inflation targets with a flexible exchange rate regime and a very strong financial system. Very strong financial system that was built after the early 80s, a big financial crisis. So we put in place a strong regulation and also a well-capitalized financial system and banking system. So we had there was a large fiscal expansion. We cut rates from close to 9% to 0.5% in a period of 6 months. And this allowed having a recession in 2009, but a very, very rapid recovery. And I think that was quite a standard. What I think that is interesting, and I would like to emphasize, is that this not only happened in Chile. You always want to say, well, we did very well, but all emerging markets did very well during the global financial crisis. It is interesting to know that the last financial crisis in emerging market as a group was in the Asian crisis in the late 90s. And in the global financial crisis, which was an origin in advanced economies, emerging markets were able to cope with it very well. So there were no large crises, and most countries using a strong fiscal policy, a strong financial system, well-regulated, and good monetary policy focused on low inflation. I think that this allowed a strong expansion, which also was the basis for the next huge crisis, was COVID crisis. And during the COVID crisis, again, performance in emerging markets, because of what we have learned, what we have done, was, I think, that was outstanding. Just comparing with previous experiences of small crises in the world, huge crisis in emerging market, this time was quite different.
If we look forward, what are the lessons that you think we are learning now from the current crisis or successive set of shocks that would help for the future?
Yeah, it's interesting, like, because when I say I'm kind of quote-unquote bullish, I think that it has been quite important what emerging markets have been doing, and they have to keep doing that. However, there are risks. There are new risks, and I would say there are two important risks that we have to take into account and be prepared. First, fiscal policy is not as strong as it was 15 years ago. Why? Because we have spent a lot of money in the previous crisis. So public debt is higher, interest rates are low, things are okay, but we may have development that could put in danger fiscal policy, the ability to react, and also financial conditions within the economies. And the second one, which is more a geopolitical thing, is what's going on in the world in geopolitics. Emerging markets have benefited and will keep benefit from a very globalized, integrated world economy. We are small, we cannot grow just looking inwards. We have to look outwards. There is a need for integration. And of course there are threats, and we need to take care of them and to work in a way to keep integrating and keep globalization has been very good, but we have to be careful and manage the challenges and risks coming from policies of protection.
Thank you very much. In fact, it's a very nice transition to turn to the fiscal policy maker on this panel, Minister Al-Kawari. Minister Al-Kawari, Qatar has built over time a strong fiscal as well as also external buffers, carrying out reforms and infrastructure investment to diversify the Qatari economy, which helped smooth the external shocks and support economic growth. From your experience, how you see how countries could strike the right balance between fiscal prudence and investing in growth, and what is the recipe that Qatar can share?
Thank you, Jihad. Can you hear? Is it okay? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I would like to really thank Minister Al-Jad'an, Madam Managing Director Kristalina, for organizing this event. It's very important. It's very important topics, looking to what's happening around us these days, the challenges, it's a changing market, it's a changing situations day by day. So I think it's a very timely conference, and I would like to thank, the organizers. Also, I would like to give special thanks to His Excellency Al-Jad'an for selecting this beautiful place. Very nice, very impressive, historical, and it's, so I would put my vote with everyone to make it an annual event, in AlUla. So it's definitely it's a good place. Going back, Jihad. I agree with you. Strike the balance between, the three things is not easy, but for us it was a necessity, to move on and to build the fiscal prudence and the fiscal, discipline is very important, for Qatar, especially. We have, reliance on the energy prices for some times, but why will we build the diversification, So it's very important to have a long-term view, how we see things changing in terms of revenue and expenditure point of view, and to put different scenarios, for different scenarios of revenues and how we deal with it, in terms of spending, and how we deal with the surpluses and deficits in some cases. So we have built, a medium-term fiscal policy framework. This is something we even, shared with the IMF team, when they came to visit Qatar, and it was very well received by the team. And the idea of that fiscal policy framework, as I said, it builds different scenarios for revenues, and we build discipline around the spending, so the spending goes to the right places, to the investments we said we would do in terms of strategy. And, so we don't just, spend does not follow the revenues in any ways. And to make sure, surpluses goes to the right, places. The surplus goes to Qatar Investment Authority, because this is our revenue diversification engine. Part of it goes to, to help with the fiscal, it helps with the shock absorption, buffer by enhancing the Qatar Central Bank reserve. So we allocate, part of that to the Qatar Central Bank, reserves, and part of it, reinvested in the economy itself to achieve the diversification. So we've been very disciplined, in our approach, and we are now about in the fourth year of the fiscal policy framework, and we feel like this is going to be our, constitution moving forward in terms of fiscal prudence. So this is to talk about the fiscal prudence. At the same time, we recognize oil is a very important, and mainly for Qatar is LNG, not oil, I would say, so energy. LNG is a very important, source of our revenues, and we are a responsible energy supplier for the world. We believe, we are part of the transition story for the, to reach, net zeros and to reach, renewable stages. So we believe the LNG is very important for a long time. And by doing that, we have increased, our production, for LNG by 80% in a phased manner until 2030. This will help to have sufficient, energy supplies for the world to keep, in terms of to achieve growth for the economies, and in the same time to maintain, prices of the energy supplies for the world. So we are really playing our role as a responsible energy supplier in the other term, and helping, of course, the growth story in Qatar as well. The third is the economic diversification. We have put Qatar Vision 2030, which is based on, building a knowledge-based economy to move from hydrocarbon-based economy to a knowledge-based economy. And now we are entering the last phase of the Vision 2030, which we call it the National Development Strategy 3. So we have done 1 and 2, and 1 just simply creating the national champions that will, help us to achieve the target. Second phase, building state-of-the-art infrastructure in the country. And, we have spent more than 300 billion riyals to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure. You have the ports, the airports, the metro system, the roads. I think many people who went to Qatar would see this for themselves, how good the infrastructure and how solid, and that helped us to develop to World Cup 2022, which was very well recognized by the international community. And this is not only, we're not doing that for the 2022 Cup, but mainly for the Qatar diversification story. So Diversification for Qatar, we're going to be focusing in four sectors: technology, low carbon manufacturing, logistics, and tourism. And we already have seen, the results of these sectors. For example, tourism, during the World Cup itself, we received 2.3 million visitors. In 2023, the year after the World Cup, 4 million. In 2024, 5 million visitors. So really we're going in the right directions in terms of the diversification story. And this is something that is very important for us because we don't want to be over-reliant, in energy. Regarding your question on QIA, Qatar Investment Authority. Qatar Investment Authority date, for intergeneration equity, and they are responsible for the diversification of the revenue side, not only economy, but they will be helping the economy, but diversifying, the revenues for the country going forward. So, in terms of their, investment strategies, they are commercial oriented. They look to the, every year they have a strategy. They review, the different regions, different geographies, different sectors, and how they should allocate their funds, every year. And we see the emerging market also, has been always, a candidate for money for much of this investment. We see many opportunities across emerging markets, even in the region itself, like Egypt, for example, is one excellent candidate for investment, but other countries as well. You go through the North Africa region, Morocco, Africa itself, so we see, and already we have a unit in the QIA just looking to, emerging markets, investments. But again, it's purely commercial, and we look at it from a returns point of view. And every year we review the strategy and we change it accordingly.
Thank you very much. This brings me to you, President Jin. You recently emphasized that, I quote, AIIB has remained laser-focused on developing financial tools which help members withstand shocks and enhance resilience. I think this is very useful to complement what has been said. Could you elaborate on the support that you provide to countries on managing and building resilience? And also, what lessons to emerging markets and development financial institutions you could draw from your experience, especially in the current juncture? No, not yet.
Want to try mine?
Why don't? Yeah.
Doesn't move. No, it doesn't seem to move. Hello?
Yes. No.
No.
Why don't you take my seat?
You can take my seat. No. Take my seat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank was set up 10 years ago. This is the youngest development bank in the MDB family. I like to highlight the point that we don't work alone. As a new institution, we work with our peer institutions, other members of the MDB family, and our lending instruments, which we develop, are also based on experience of the existing institutions. Now, I like to highlight one point. After listening to Kristalina, I like to highlight one point. More than 30 years ago, when I was on the board of the World Bank, with Finance Minister Dan, and there was no such a great relationship between the World Bank and IMF, and the relationship was tense across the 19th Street. This is completely changed, and all of the MDBs are working really very hard to provide most effective support for our members. And as a new institution, we have 110 members. Most of these members are the members of the World Bank, and almost all of them are members of the World Bank and IMF. So how should we handle the development challenge faced by us? We are learning from the others and try to develop our own lending instruments. And first of all, as you see, we develop our policy lending to support the country's efforts towards net zero. And I think IMF's RST is a great initiative because IMF is taking reforms, World Bank is taking reforms so that they will be more adaptive to the changed situation. This is what we should do. If we provide a very narrowly defined lending programs to our members, we are not really responsive. And also, we provide local currency financing. We can help these countries to avoid the currency risks. And also, we believe it is very much important to introduce climate resilient debt crisis financing. This provides temporary debt relief after climate disasters, offering essential fiscal space. And finally, we have a soft fund window to help reduce the costs of the infrastructure investments. So these are the instruments we provide, but I like to highlight the point that by financing renewable energy, green technologies, and sustainable industries, we help these countries position themselves in a global green economy. And our bank is helping emerging markets tap into global green value chains. So the green transition is a major opportunity for developing countries, for GCC countries. You should not think this is green transition would deprive GCC countries of their economic, their revenues or economic development engine. No, this is great opportunity for GCC countries to develop sustainable, resilient economies.
Thank you very much. After this first round of, I would say, charting the course of the current challenges, let's focus in the second round, and I would like us to be fast in our interventions. Let's look at the structural transformations, the medium term. We saw in the introductory remarks that the world is going through energy transition, through fragmentation. The debt issue is an important challenge. And also there are prospects for economic acceleration through technology, especially AI. And I would like to start with you, Minister Al-Kawari. You mentioned that you have new national development strategy that prioritized economic diversification, including leveraging new technology. At this time, how you see your economy growing outside LNG? What type of reforms you are considering to build a non-hydrocarbon export-based economy in this current geoeconomic fragmentation? And how do you see this transition managed in this current context of global challenges?
Thank you, Jihad. Well, actually, as you mentioned, diversification is our goal, and definitely, what we are doing, we have the state-of-the-art infrastructure, in the country, which is going to help us to continue and to attract, the diversification, to achieve the diversification journey in itself. In terms of technology, we have the best infrastructure in terms of technology. Qatar among the top 5, high-speed internet in the world, and yet also, so we are building, an AI-specific strategy based on two things. Of course, the data centers giving where we stand with the energy supplies. But more importantly, I think, is around the downstream industry of AI. And to be specific, things especially in the energy side and aviation, where we believe we can make a difference already. I mean, we have champions, this one, Qatar Energy, Qatar Airways, and we have the right data. So we believe we can build an ecosystem around that position on the AI, because I think the AI data centers, yes, okay, maybe everybody's after the region for data centers because of the energy position, but I think what's more important is to build the ecosystem around it, because the data centers, I don't think should be a target itself by itself. So so, I mean, we have the technology infrastructure, the general infrastructure, the logistics, the airports, and also we are investing in the human capital. We believe education, health is very important to build, to build and to attract, talents. Qatar is one of the leading, countries in terms of education. We have the best schools, universities, in our education city in Qatar, and this is going to continue in terms of the health system. Also is very advanced, and we have also introduced the open visa system, for attracting talents, from abroad, and to help, the diversification journey. Also, in terms of incentives, the country is also providing incentives for the country. We have announced the fund of funds, last year during the Web Summit conference in Doha with $1 billion, investment. We have Startup Qatar program, which is, to help the startup companies, to come and achieve their business in Qatar. We have built an incentive that's links to GDP contribution, program for companies, to establish. So this is all these reforms, really gonna help, in terms of achieving the diversification goals. But I think the most important thing is the discipline, in our diversification, and this is something that we should be doing. We have very aggressive targets, to move away from hydrocarbon, 4% growth in non-hydrocarbon GDP for the next, from 2024 until 2030. And we were able to achieve that during the third quarter, 4.5%, the growth in non-hydrocarbon GDP in Qatar. And we should see this, continuing. It's very important that we get, disciplined in our diversification journey. It's very important. It's for the future of Qatar, for the future of the region. And I see, and lots of similarities from other countries in the region. We see Saudi, with their vision. We see UAE. We see Bahrain. We see, even Kuwait, Oman. Everybody is working in the same thing, and I think this is a good thing. It's a healthy competition, but in the same time, I think we are complementing each other, and we think, as a region, we're going to be able to really make a huge difference in terms of once, really we push very hard in the diversification engine.
Thank you very much. President Chin, you mentioned cooperation. And recently you said that the AIIB investment, I quote, intend to bring regions together to ensure that global trade, technology, capital flows will continue without disruption. Therefore, how do you intend, or what are the lessons you learn in the current world with geoeconomic fragmentation? Institutions like yours could achieve this, and what are successful stories that you could share with us on that?
I think GCC countries and also the neighboring countries would have a great opportunity by improving the connectivity. In this regard, I think we should be reminded of how our ancestors did in promoting connectivity. This Silk Road reminds me of some of the really very innovative ideas, how they can work together, particularly in the context of the geopolitical headwinds, anti-globalization backlash against the globalization. What should we do? We should work together to improve the connectivity. So the Silk Road, leading from China all the way to the GCC countries, reminds me, at least we have two things we can learn from them. First of all, working together as a team in spite of the geographical distance. There are troubles but we should be able to overcome them. So I learned from the Arabians' wisdom. In those days, when people travel on these roads, they have difficulties, how they handle it. An Arabian proverb is, if I'm right, the dogs bark, the caravan moves on. Today, we have lots of dogs barking. We move on. Secondly, I cannot possibly imagine how those caravans with silk, ceramics, all kind of these spices. How could they do that? That's security. I think all of the governments, countries along the Silk Road will do everything possible to ensure the safe transportation travel of these caravans. I would coin a word, it's called that they should do everything possible to drive away the economic terrorists, highwaymen, robbers. So we need a peaceful environment. We need the security to protect the trading of these countries. So these are the two inspirations I can pick up. Only based on this could we talking about building roads, railways, and other kind of facilities. In this regard, I think we can learn from GCC countries. Saudi Arabia has been taking the lead. UAE, Dubai, Doha, Abu Dhabi, they have all established very good airline service. What we need is the railway links, because this is a vast area, and so far you depend on driving the cars, the trucks, and airline service. And in order to improve the efficiency, I think we need to improve the railway system. Now, we should be prepared, as I said, for the post-net zero years. The GCC countries and neighboring countries must have a full-fledged industrial and economic structure. That would call increased capacity for transportation.
Thank you very much. Professor De Gregorio, in our uncertain world, prosperity cannot survive without resilience. What would be your views or your policy recommendations to emerging markets currently to strengthen resilience?
Well, as I told you, we face today emerging markets and the world economy a challenge because of the risk of fragmentation, lack of cooperation. So I think that for emerging markets, it's quite important what they can do within their countries. I already mentioned some important things. The issue now becomes how we cooperate, how we integrate, and how we foster multilateralism. That is a little bit under threat. And part of that, I think that is the risk that we face in geopolitical problems is many times what we see in our own countries. Is sometimes institutions or working or agreements that are not clearly, that create a lot of problems to do business within our countries with institutions that are not clearly accountable. So I think that feeling within the global economy, it may create problems for further cooperation. So while we have to work toward a more integrated world, we have also to think the workings of multilateral organizations in terms of transparency, accountability, rules. So I think that's quite important, because we are at a kind of very important juncture in the global economy in terms of where we head, especially regarding issues about not just trade integration, financial integration, cooperation, and helping poor countries, and all of those things now. Today, I think that are a little bit at risk, and we need to work more on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Governor Cardoso, no sustainable prosperity without inclusion, especially for emerging countries, emerging economies and developing countries. What are the actions you think are needed to support financial inclusion, and how digitalization in money and finance could help in this regard? But also, what are the ways to mitigate the risks that could emerge with that?
Thank you very much. Financial inclusion. Now, again, if I may use the experience of Nigeria, where our financial inclusion rate is 74%, I believe that it is, at least we believe that it is critical that we expand that in a very aggressive manner. For obvious reasons, it all contributes to growth, and definitely we're in a situation where, as the economy rebounds, we need to ensure that we are carrying everybody along and that the disparities do not continue. Some of the things we're focusing on, of course, is in the area of digitalization. And we believe very, very strongly that once we are able to get the digitalization, mobile money space, and technology out to more of our citizenry, so the greater chance of being able to close that gap with respect to those who do not have access. And we've in particular focused on women and gender issues to ensure that we are able to move the banking industry in particular in a direction where the focus is on gender. Because in the African continent, the feedback that you get from empowering women is really quite impressive. So that is an area we're focused on. Of course, we're very mindful of the risks that come with trying as much as possible to get technology out to as many as possible with respect to cyber risks. And of course, the concern that many who are living in the rural areas may get discouraged where the systems don't work effectively. And what we're doing is bringing in the private sector to ensure that they also invest and get out the infrastructure as quickly as possible.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We had an excellent session. We started by emphasizing the importance of credibility and consistency in policies, building strong buffers, strengthening institutions that withstand shocks, and then emerging markets would benefit from greater integration, openness, connectivity, and economic transformation, economic diversification, and betting on technology and fast-moving economic sectors. Thank you very much for tackling both issues, the short-term resilience and stability issue, and the long-term transformation issue for emerging markets. Thank you very much.
Much appreciation to our moderator and panelists for an enlightening session. Esteemed guests, we now take a short break, and we kindly ask you to be back in 20 minutes. Thank you, and we look forward to welcoming you back shortly. Esteemed guests, please return to the main hall. We will begin our program in 5 minutes. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. We will begin our program now. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now begin with our second panel discussion, titled High Debt, Low Fiscal Space, Fiscal Consolidation and Multilateral Solutions to Debt Restructuring. It is my privilege to welcome our distinguished panelists, His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Al-Jad'an, Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency, Mr. Anton Siluanov, Minister of Finance of the Russian Federation. Honorable Dr. Sutumbuku Musukutuano, Minister of Finance and National Planning of the Republic of Zambia. Dr. Mauricio Cardenas, Professor at Columbia University and former Minister of Finance of Colombia. Moderated by Dr. Riyad Al-Khrayef, Deputy Chair of the International Monetary and Financial Committee at the International Monetary Fund.
Good morning to all of you. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to one of the most important sessions at AlUla conference. The main objective of this session is to discuss the key challenges pertaining to the issues of high public debt and low fiscal space. We will also draw some lessons from the experiences of our esteemed speakers on how to achieve fiscal consolidation in a more sustainable, durable, and inclusive way. We will also have the opportunity to exchange some views on how to further advance multilateral cooperation in the area of debt restructuring. Before we delve into the details, let me highlight why we are focusing on fiscal issues. As you all know, fiscal policy plays a key role in ensuring macroeconomic stability. It has been used actively throughout the boom and bust cycles. The size and influence of fiscal policy have grown enormously over the past few years. Take public debt as an example. Last year, finance ministers managed more than $100 trillion in public debt, and this number is expected to increase by 40% by 2030. This is significant. Also last year, finance ministers injected more than $40 trillion in the form of government spending, which has affected growth, job creation, SDGs, with direct impact on lives and livelihood. So I guess we all can say when finance ministers speak, the world should listen. Honorable ministers, thank you for joining us. To my left is Honorable Minister Mohammed Al-Jad'an. He was appointed as finance minister to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2016, the same year that Vision 2030 was launched. He is a well-rounded minister, previously served as chairman of the board of the Saudi Capital Market Authority, and acted as Minister of Economy and Planning during the COVID shock. Currently, he leads a number of boards and committees, both domestically and internationally, including the International Monetary and Financial Committee in the IMF. Minister Al-Jad'an is also well known for being a strong advocate of international cooperation. Among others, he spearheaded the finance track at the Saudi G20 presidency in 2020, which created many important global initiatives such as the DSSI and the Common Framework. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us. Next, we have Honorable Minister Silvanov. He is the Minister of Finance of the Russian Federation since 2011. He held the position of First Deputy Prime Minister during the years 2018 until 2020. He graduated from the Moscow Finance Institute with a degree in Finance and Credit, and he holds a PhD in Economics. He is also the Governor of Russia at both the IMF and the New Development Bank. Many of us would recognize Minister Silvanov for his prudent fiscal management. It's good to have you here, Minister. Left to him is Honorable Minister Moso Kotwani. He was appointed as the Minister of Finance and National Planning for the Republic of Zambia in 2021. In his current portfolio, he has been at the forefront of spearheading Zambia's economic transformation agenda. He successfully led the discussion of Zambia to agree with the IMF on a new program, and he also led the discussions with Zambia's Official Creditor Committee and has succeeded in reaching an agreement for debt treatment in 2023. Well done indeed, Your Excellency. To the far left, we have Dr. Cardenas, a professor of global leadership at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs, where he directs the MPA in global leadership and focuses on energy and climate policy. As Colombia's finance minister from the years 2012 until 2018, he implemented tax reforms that boosted formal employment, tackled tax evasion, and reduced poverty through smart austerity. And indeed, I can tell smart people implement smart policies. He was named Euromoney's Finance Minister of the Year in 2015. He holds a PhD from UC Berkeley and served as chair of the boards of governors of the IMF and the World Bank in 2016. It's a pleasure to have you, Dr. Cardenas. Let me start my first question with you, Dr. Moso Tokwani. You have done a commendable job in doing debt restructuring with private and official creditors that led to successful Zambia's debt restructuring. Could you please share with us your experience in addressing your debt problems using the new framework, which is called the Common Framework?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister Al-Jad'an, for having us, together with your collaborators, IMF Managing Director. Thank you for bringing us to this place, which by itself looks like an emerging market within Saudi Arabia. Out of nowhere, of this development taking place. Here is the experience that we went through. In 2021, when we got into office, the debt situation was absolutely terrible. As a percentage of GDP, the debt to GDP ratio was about 108%. Out of every dollar in tax that we collected, 60 cents went to service external debt, not even domestic debt, but just external debt. And the public service pay was about 45 cents in every dollar. So actually, if you were to service the debt and pay the civil service, you had to borrow some more money, making the debt situation worse. So that, of course, led to a default. And with the default, the new government, of which I've been part, we said we have to address this issue heads-on. Unfortunately, for countries, there is no formal debt resolution mechanism like it is in the corporate world. What we found on the scene was a common framework designed, I think it was designed by the IMF, the World Bank, and other multilateral institutions. Under the common framework, a debtor country like ours had to find a way of negotiating with the creditors. You had also to find somebody who can bring or organize all that together. So you needed advice, you needed somebody to organize it, and I'm very happy that we went to our colleagues in the IMF, talked about our situation, and we said we are ready to do whatever it is to make sure that this debt is restructured. Can you organize it? And they worked very fast. We had a program with them, and then together we organized creditors. The long story summarized is that as we stand right now, all the debt with the official creditors has been restructured, or all of it restructured. The debt with the Eurobond holders, those that lend us money through Eurobonds, all of that has been structured, and the two of them constituted 90% of what we owed. So there's just under 10% to the private creditors that is still being negotiated. So in short, this is where we are. We want to thank the official creditors, China, Saudi Arabia itself, and many others who agreed on this wrong road. We also want to thank our collaborators in the IMF, World Bank. They did a fantastic job. We want to thank all the other bilateral countries that we maintain relationship with. So this is where we are. I'm quite happy to talk about our experience. I don't know if you want me to talk about that now or later. It's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe on the follow-up questions. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Since the common framework was created under the Saudi G20 presidency in 2020, and based on what we've heard from the Minister of Zambia, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Al-Jad'an to reflect on what we heard from the Zambian ministers, and also to share your overviews on the common framework and how to advance the work under the common framework. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate your comments, and I understand, obviously, for countries who are really struggling with their sovereign debt, they really need multilateral support to deal with that debt.
It is very unfortunate, and we have seen actually the IMF and the World Bank reports of low-income countries and some emerging economies who are spending, as just His Excellency mentioned, spending more on their debt service than what they really spend on education and health combined. That is not sustainable. And I understand also His Excellency's comment about there isn't any other alternative but the common framework to restructure sovereign debt. A lot has been achieved. It was obviously a slow start, simply because we are learning as we are going, but things have actually improved since then, where multiple nations now have gone through the process. What I think is missing until now is actually a more structured approach to the common framework. I am one of the advocates for more institutional setup. I could see Kristalina smiling because we've been talking about this for some time. I think we need to help these nations have one clear platform with one clear processes, procedures to go through with timelines. Obviously, and I will stop there, there is a lot to be done by the debtor nations to make sure that they are ready to gain the confidence of the creditors, and obviously there is a lot to be done by the creditors, to show empathy, but also to make sure that they support these low-income countries during a very difficult time, not only for the governments, but also for the people of these nations. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the very productive remarks. Let me now turn to Minister Silvanov. Could you please share with us your experience with multilateral debt settlement mechanisms, such as the HIPC initiative, and how can we leverage this experience in further improving the common framework that both ministers have talked about?
Thank you very much, but I will speak Russian. Yeah. Действительно, большой опыт реструктуризации. Мы часто на наших площадках говорим о необходимости оказания поддержки в облегчении долгового бремени. Мы, кстати, поддерживаем те общие принципы, которые были наработаны в рамках председательства Саудовской Аравии в 2020 году, полностью их принимаем. Россия всегда участвовала в этом процессе, и за последние 25 лет мы реструктурировали обязательства 22 стран на сумму почти 30 миллиардов долларов. Примерно столько же еще реструктурировано было.
Approximately the same has been restructured through bilateral mechanisms. However, what should we state now? We see that countries that used to restructure the debt happen to be in the same dire situation again, and we have to again make a decision to support them, to help them repay their debts. That shouldn't happen like this. It's like a vicious circle. You see, when we restructure the debt, we must be fully cognizant of the underlying causes for this. All of us here, all the ministers of finance, all the financial specialists are fully aware of what's happening. It's a very simple thing. Fiscal policy should be prudent, and you should be all right. But it's not that easy. It's easier said than done. It's not easy to have a balanced budget. It's not easy to always come up with the right answer to the challenges that arise in front of us, and challenges can be many and vary. But it is the responsibility of the ministries of finance to pursue prudent fiscal policy. Why so? So that you wouldn't have to apply such dramatic solutions as borrowing. So this is the reason why some of the colleagues face interest hikes, see restrictions in foreign trade, see certain bottlenecks with supply chains and food supply, all of this aggravates the existing challenges. So what conclusions should we draw from this? First, we must pursue responsible and prudent fiscal policy. Second, as we restructure the debts, we should take stock of the lessons learned, and a certain amount of those funds should stay in these countries and be spent for national development. So the debt should not just be written off, it should be used for the benefit of those countries. They should be marshaled towards the national development policy. Third, we need the follow-up. We need to monitor the fiscal policy. Say, we restructured that, we write it off, and then it happens again. Nothing changes. It shouldn't be like that. We should follow it up, and this is where IMF and other international financial institutions come into play. It is up to them to monitor the situation, to track it carefully, and make sure that it does not happen again. And the crucial thing, we should treat the disease, not the symptoms. And again, I will repeat it, the disease is an imprudent fiscal policy.
The more important thing is to focus on the root causes of the debt issues instead of waiting for them to happen. Let me now turn next to Dr. Cardenas. You were a vocal critique on the comprehensive debt repayment freeze that many countries called for it during the pandemic. Are you still against the idea of injecting liquidity for all countries during the crisis? Is the general SDR allocation an efficient way to provide liquidity to countries during the global crisis?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Riyad, for that question. Let me begin by congratulating Minister Al-Jadaan and Madam Managing Director for organizing this. I think the story of the emerging market economies is to a large extent a very successful story. And an event like this will essentially let the world know that there is a group of countries in the world that has benefited from trade, that has been able to grow fast, and that today plays a major role in the world's economic decisions. 5 years ago, when I wrote that you mentioned at the time of the pandemic, I thought more than the suspension of payments, what emerging economies needed was more liquidity, more access to financing, and I very much think the same today. And let me explain why. This is a success story, the emerging market economies, and it's a success story in part because these economies have been able to avoid, for almost 25 years now, financial crisis, public debt crisis, current account crisis, and that has actually brought these economies to the point where they are now playing a major role as global economic engines. So that means responsible economic management to a large extent. If you look around, these economies have public debt levels of about 50–60% of GDP, which is half of what you see in the advanced economies. And the problem is that most of these economies are facing huge challenges, and challenges that need to be tackled. And for that, it's necessary to tackle two fronts. One, more financing, but two, reduce the cost of financing. Because even though public debt to GDP ratios in this group of economies is half of the advanced economies, we end up spending more or less the same in interest, about 3 to 4% of GDP as advanced economies. So that means there is a lot of room to improve in terms of reducing the cost of financing. So I would say access to finance, more efficient ways of accessing that finance is a crucial element here. I would also add here that one of the big problems of emerging economies is that although we spend more or less the same as advanced economies in interest, it takes a lot more of our tax revenues. About 1/3, say 30% to 1/3 of the tax revenues goes into interest payments alone. And that puts a lot of pressure on finance ministries and that puts a lot of pressure on other areas of expenditures that I think are fundamental. So, in essence, channeling more financing, making sure that financing is more efficient is crucial. I would like to commend here the efforts by the managing director of the IMF and also most of you members of the IMFC and the board of the IMF to ensure that part of the SDR allocation can be used to provide hybrid capital to the regional development banks. I think that's a very important step. I hope it materializes, that some countries kind of like are able to overcome the collective action problem, are able to take the lead and provide that injection of capital to the multilateral and regional development banks, which I think that's going to be very important to ensure that we have access to the additional financing. And finally, let me say that having the job of finance ministry is perhaps the hardest job of all. And part of the problem has to do with the need to increase tax revenues. And the efforts that are made collectively in that direction are very important because politically it is crucial to be able to promote an agenda in each one of the countries that are involved in this process in terms of ensuring that tax collections increase, that you are able to widen the base of the VAT, of the personal income tax. Those issues are very important. And here the action, the collective action of all the countries is crucial to ensure that locally you have the capacity to move that agenda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cardenas. And let me try to be provocative and pick up on a point that you've mentioned, that SDRs can be channeled to MDBs. I'm sure a lot of central banks around the conference would find it challenging given SDRs for development cause. What would you say to that concern?
Look, I understand the difficulties, in some cases legal, in some cases even beyond legal, constitutional, but I think the point is there are some countries that can do it. We need to mobilize the SDRs that are idle in the advanced economies, even some emerging economies that have that capacity. And I think they should, take the lead, make that first step. It is very important what has been achieved so far. It's crucial. But I think some countries could actually give good example in saying, we're going to buy that hybrid capital. And in addition, but this is more medium term, if a new SDR allocation allows for a direct injection of capital into the MDBs, that would be fantastic, because then you'll solve the issue of going country by country, trying to get those decisions, which is always difficult because you find legal obstacles, you find more political difficulties to ensure that. So maybe in the future, an eventual SDR allocation. By the way, SDR allocations have been fundamental for the world. In 2009 and after the pandemic, part of the reason we have more success stories in the world today is because the IMF has been able to provide support in a very effective way to many countries.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the thoughtful remarks. This is a good time to shift gears towards fiscal consolidation issues. And if I may, I'll start with you, Your Excellency, Minister Al-Jad'an. Saudi Arabia is undertaking a fiscal space exercise to ensure fiscal sustainability. At the same time, Saudi Arabia is considered to be a major donor at the global stage. So could this fiscal space exercise jeopardize the official development assistance available from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to low-income countries?
Well, thank you very much. I think this is actually a very important point from two angles. One is, I think the whole world is facing serious challenges domestically to mobilize resources for providing development assistance. And it is not only Saudi Arabia that is looking at ways of how you could enhance your official development assistance. Saudi Arabia ranks amongst the top globally as a percentage of GDP, and will continue to do so, despite all the developmental budgets that we are allocating
to achieve our targets under Vision, Saudi Vision 2030. I personally do not see any contradiction between the two. I think the stability of the region and the global stability that is supported and enabled by development assistance is critical for your development in your own economy. That's one. Second, I think we became smarter in handling it than what we used to do before. And one key way actually of doing this is utilizing multilateral development institutions to actually provide that assistance. These institutions are able to multiply your dollar and its impact when they provide that assistance. That's one, but I think as important is they also link it with significant technical support to support these low-income countries and countries who are in need to be more sustainable so that they really don't need, hopefully in the future, that much assistance. That technical support is critical. And third, and you have noticed over the last few years, we started actually linking significant part of our official development assistance with an IMF program. That will enable us to make sure that those and the recipient side also have a very robust reform programs that will enable them to actually utilize this assistance in a more sustainable way that impacts their people and their diversification of their economy. So generally, I think these two are complementary. And I've said this, Kristalina mentioned this earlier in her remarks, that providing support to multilateral institutions, I will repeat it for the third and fourth time, is not a charitable cause. It is actually a significant part of your own national interest and national security. So we really should educate our own population to make sure that this message is understood by the public at large. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the sobering remarks. And I'm sure the Managing Director is in full agreement with what you fully said. Thank you. Let me now turn to Minister Moso Kutwani. Zambia is undertaking a strong fiscal consolidation. And you mentioned that a significant part of your budget goes to interest expenditure on your debt. You're also focusing on social spending, which is very important. What is the key enabler for successful consolidation, taking into account the political economy constraints that you alluded to in your previous remarks?
Yes, there's a lot of consolidation that is taking place. I think the beginning point out of that is what my colleague from Russia said, which is that countries themselves, the debtor countries themselves must take responsibility of what has happened. HIPIC was not long ago. Now we're in a second phase of debt restructuring. So what kind of responsibility are we taking for ourselves? Number one, put in place laws or changing legislation that makes it harder for a government to overborrow. So that we've done in our country. Number two, indeed, fiscal prudence, as you spoke about it. Now, the challenge with fiscal prudence at a time like this is that you are doing it at a time when your resources are even more limited because of the debt situation. You have to go out and get support. This is how the support from the IMF has been critical. This is how the support from the World Bank has been critical. But beyond that, our own budget, we had to make choices. There were some subsidies that we could not really afford. My colleague from Nigeria talked about the subsidies on fuel. who really enjoys the subsidy on fuel? It's people with cars. People with cars are people of means. So in our case, we also said we will no longer subsidize fuel, but the same subsidy will shift it to education, so that every child has a chance from the first grade up to the last grade in secondary school to be able to go to school. That way, you are able to buy the peace for removing for having the fiscal consolidation, which by definition hurt some people, but also now it's going to benefit some people. Coming back to his question on, again, on the responsibility of countries. I think we recognize that the debt problem were not the primary cause of poverty in our countries. Poverty was always there. What the debt crisis did was to make the poverty worse. But our people want to live better. So how do you deal with that? We need, for us in Zambia, part of the reform is how do you attract yourself to the private sector so that they can come and make investments, pay taxes, and be able to support your people even more. So, countries like Saudi Arabia, with a lot of financial capital, the good news is that with the efforts to decarbonize the world, the materials that you need for that, copper, manganese, nickel, and so forth, they're in my country. So come and invest so that we raise incomes, we raise taxes, and the threat of a third round of debt restructuring will not happen because the economy becomes bigger. And I want to agree with you, Minister. Investments in countries like mine is not charity. It's good for everyone, including you, including the rest of the world. Why? Can you imagine the population of Africa, more than 1 billion, but with no money in their pockets? Supposing now you invest, incomes are generated there. Can you imagine the number of cars they'll buy? Can you imagine the number of computers they'll buy? So that also benefits the economies of advanced countries. So let's do it.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I appreciate the last point you mentioned in the silver lining, that despite of the debt issues, there are always opportunities to expand trades and amplify the role of the private sector in driving growth. Well said, Your Excellency. Let me now turn to Professor Cardenas. As Colombia's finance minister between 2012 until 2018, your administration undertook fiscal consolidation that was famously described as intelligent austerity. That is an improvement in the fiscal position while protecting priorities such as social and infrastructure spending. From your experience, how do you strike the right balance between ensuring debt sustainability on one hand and building strong social safety net on the other hand?
Well, thank you. Yes, in 2014, Colombia had to deal with a major oil shock, many of you as well, and lost 3% of GDP in revenues, fiscal revenues. And therefore, that posed a major fiscal challenge. The way out of that, and I'm trying to kind of like relate that to the current context, was to communicate in an effective way to the population the type of adjustment that was necessary. So we came up with this idea of intelligent austerity. Intelligent austerity essentially meant that of the 3 percentage points of GDP, 1 was going to be a temporarily higher fiscal deficit, another percentage point was going to be compensated with additional tax revenues, new taxes, and finally 1% of GDP through cuts in government expenditures. And that's essentially the package. It was easy to communicate, people understood that. Then the question was what to cut. And I don't believe in across-the-board cuts in government expenditures because governments have priorities, countries also have priorities. There are things you need to achieve, there are things that are perhaps more important. So you have to reflect those priorities in the way you cut government expenditures. And I am sure that every country regardless of the context, has many government expenditures that are ineffective, that are there for historical reasons, that times like this are good times to rethink about that and perhaps come with ideas on what to cut and what to emphasize. And at that time, intelligent austerity meant that we were able to increase our expenditures in all the areas that were directly impacting poverty. So we cut poverty still during this intelligent austerity adjustment. We cut poverty and we increased support for education. So there are ways in which you can cut expenditures. And I think today's world context, and especially in the emerging economies, requires fiscal consolidation. There is a bias today, especially in Latin America, towards higher fiscal deficits, despite the fact that we have high terms of trade, there is no crisis, but there is a bias towards higher fiscal deficits, and therefore some fiscal consolidation is absolutely necessary. So it's good you ask this question, because combined with the idea of additional financing and support, say, from the allocation of the SDRs, you have to mobilize more resources domestically. And the way to do that is by introducing changes in your tax system, but also by cutting areas of expenditures that are perhaps unnecessary. And that's the job, essentially, of a finance minister.
Thank you very much for the excellent remarks. Let me now turn to Minister Silvanov. You previously warned about serious concern regarding the persistent rise in public debt and delays in fiscal consolidations that our ministers talked about. You also mentioned that low growth will not allow it to grow out of debt. From your experience, Minister, how can countries break the vicious cycle of high debt and low growth?
Да, ну сейчас коллеги говорили про консолидацию. Конечно, это очень сложный процесс, особенно если сокращать расходы, резать расходы, как здесь и говорили. Минфин никто не любит, но это надо делать в определенных случаях. Но главное не доводить до этого. Вот. Но вопрос консолидации на опыте России, хочу сказать, у нас были разные периоды. И были периоды.
Went through. Russia had very difficult periods, like the one when the sovereign debt stood at 150% of GDP in 1998. 150%. And much of the budget depended on the exchange rate hikes. Right now, the state debt stands at about 15%, so it's 10 orders of magnitude less. I think the rationale that you should follow is this. You cannot cut the costs all at once. You have social costs, you have safety nets, then you have the investment needs, and they often will be in contradiction with one another. So you have to prioritize. So our rationale is this. If it's difficult to cut costs, at least don't bloat them, don't increase them. Try to spend on the things that will bring more revenue to the budget. Is there a recipe how to escape the big debt without stimulating economic growth? Well, there is no one-size-fits-all recipe, but the universal solution is to stick to the budget balance, something that will not increase the debt, something that will not increase the budget pressure, and to stimulate investments. How you can do this? Well, if you pursue prudent fiscal policy, investors will trust you and they will bring your money to you. They will bring investment to the country. Tight fiscal policy opens up space for loose monetary policy, so the credits and loans will be cheaper, which is necessary for economic growth. Now, if you pursue prudent fiscal policy, you can stimulate the economy through taxes. We often say that investments are the foundation of growth, and it stands to reason that you can, for instance, choose whether to increase taxes for property taxes or income taxes. So you always have a choice. It always depends on the national priority of the moment. you can reduce capital taxes and labor taxes, and thereby you will stimulate the labor market. So each particular situation requires a particular recipe for fiscal policy. The next part are costs. They also have an impact on economic policy. Again, there's no cookie-cutter solution. We know that some costs actually have a good impact on economic growth. So capital construction will actually benefit, but the yield will happen not overnight. It will happen at the long run. Human capital costs will not stimulate economy in the moment, but they can benefit it in the long run again. Russia has plenty of experience. We've been through many different periods. We had periods of high debt. We had the periods when we had to increase the tax collection rate, when we had to fight informal economy, and we needed to restore trust towards financial sector. We understood that it's much easier to finance the economic growth when the sound foundation is there, and the sound foundation is the balanced budget. Again, we've been through many such periods, so let me try to answer your question in a nutshell. We need to stimulate the economic growth through growth of GDP, through economic growth, and trying to stick within your means, to try to live within your means. We all have plenty of things that we would like to afford, but we should look at the real situation and spend only the money that we have. This is the solid and sound foundation for economic growth in the long run. And also this will stimulate foreign investments and domestic investments alike. Thank you.
Dr. Riyad, can I just make...
Please, Your Excellency.
Just follow on from His Excellency. First of all, I agree, and it is critical that you utilize your fiscal space in the most optimal way. But there is another angle to this. Okay, so I would like just to recall two things that happened over the last 60, 70 years as an example. There are countries that have no resource. You know, Zambia has significant mineral resources, but there are countries that does not have any meaningful resource in terms of endowment. And Korea and Japan are examples of this. And their key resource was their human resource, human capital resource. That was the focus. And then the second is a very disciplined, visionary leadership that actually took the lead, made tough decisions, and marshaled their nation behind them with a very clear vision that is well communicated and executed. I think if you do that and have zero tolerance to corruption, have very clear and predictable environment for private sector so that you could attract foreign direct investments, but before that your own actually local investors to invest in your own economy and trust that vision and the predictability of that vision and the commitment of the leadership behind that vision, I think you would do a lot short of without going into even increasing taxes, etc. Because if your economy is zero, even if you have 100% tax, it's zero. So you need really to work on enlarging your economy, dismantling the silos within the governments of not communicating with each other and make sure that they actually have a very clear North Star. Use your partners and supporters and multilateral development institutions to actually achieve that progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm glad you intervened at this moment because your remarks encapsulated a lot of key challenges, not only facing fiscal side, but also the macroeconomic in general. As we approach the end of this session, let me quickly summarize the main takeaways. I think our ministers have rightly mentioned the difficult balancing act between achieving fiscal consolidation on one hand and preserving macroeconomic stability and meet the end of poverty elevation, resolving the issues of how to ensure that the most vulnerable people are protected, as our Zambian minister mentioned. Others have mentioned the root cause has to be dealt before dealing with the debt crisis. As Minister Silvanov has mentioned, having a rule in fiscal prudence, fiscal discipline is very important before dealing with the debt issues. Also, our Professor Cardenas rightly mentioned the importance of having a good policy design to ensure public buy-in in the reforms. And I think, as you coined it, as smart policies is very sobering. Last but not least, I think Minister Al-Jad'an rightly mentioned a very important point that a lot of us overlook when we do fiscal issues, is that political ownership and political will to achieve overall targets. And he rightly emphasized the role of governance, anti-corruption, as well as ensuring sustainability, not only in the fiscal policy, but also in the resources, including human capital, as he rightly said it. With that, please, everyone, join me in giving a big round of applause to our speakers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for the enlightening discussion. Esteemed guests, we will now take a break for lunch, which will be served in the designated area across the hall from the conference venue. Our afternoon program will commence promptly at 1 p.m. Please be back on time. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Don't put your mouth very near to the. No, like this.
Here.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Is okay?
Thank you.
Very good.
And don't touch the because.
I don't touch.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just here.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
check this. Check this, check this, check this, check. This, check this, check. This, check this, check this, check this.
Esteemed guests, we will begin our program in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. Our event will commence shortly. Thank you. You're right. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will start now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. Welcome to this important session on monetary policy and capital flows amid elevated uncertainty. To begin,
we are honored to have a presentation by our esteemed author, whose insights will set the stage for today's discussion. Please welcome to the stage Professor Helene Ray, the Lord Raj Bagri, Professor of Economics at London Business School and Vice President of CEPR, to present on the topic monetary policy and capital flows amid elevated uncertainty. Professor, stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a wonderful honor and pleasure to be here in this absolutely beautiful site to address this audience. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers for inviting me to discuss very important issues for emerging markets. And I'm going to start by setting the stage by discussing the global economic background, insisting in particular on the global financial conditions and the effect of US monetary policy spillovers on international financial markets. So I'm going to be discussing four main issues in a limited amount of time that I have today. The first one is going to be about describing the landscape of the world economy in terms of networks. The second one is about explaining the role of US monetary policy, in particular vis-à-vis spillovers for emerging markets. And the third one is going to be zooming in on the effect of US monetary policy in disaggregated financial portfolios in order to understand a little bit better mechanisms of spillovers. And I will try to wrap things up by discussing some of the recent surprises that we have been going through and why things may be a little bit different these times compared to what we know from history. So let's start with looking at the world economy in the form of networks. And so here, what I have put on the screen is the network of trade links between the different countries of the world economy. It's merchandise trade. And as you can see, the size of the nodes of these networks are proportional to exports and imports of countries, while the arrows which connect one country to the next are the export of one country to another country. That's the sense of the arrows. So you can see that if we look at the trade network in 2000, it is very well connected. So the world is very interdependent already in the 2000, but we have some dominant nodes, some big nodes, which are the United States in the middle of the trade network here, and also Europe. Okay, so these are the two biggest nodes. Now, if we move forward in time and we go to 2019, we can all see that the structure of the network has considerably changed. In particular, we see three big nodes now, which are the United States, Europe, and China. And we see that the density of the connections has increased even more. So it's an extremely interconnected world, but with a changed structure in international trade. Now, it's very interesting to look at the same world economy, not through the eyes of trade now, but through the eyes of finance. So here I have another network, which is still the world economy, but this time, this is about cross-border investment position, and this is cross-border investment position in portfolio assets, meaning stocks and bonds. And we can see that in 2000, still, we have a big central node, which is the US, and we also have another big node, which is Europe. And then we have a few smaller nodes. So again, the size of the nodes are proportional to the cross-border positions in assets and liabilities, and the arrows tell you the investment in another country, so the international assets. If I fast forward now, again, to 2020, What we see is more connections, but still the United States is at the center of this system. Europe is second, pretty important as well, not so central. And we do not see the tripolar world, we do not see China there. So China has not emerged in the international financial world, it has emerged only in the international trade world. So there is a fundamental asymmetry between these two networks. Now, perhaps this is therefore not surprising that given how central the United States is in the international finance network, and I could show you many, many more measures about the centrality of the US dollar, very often in the past, when we have seen major tightening of US monetary policy, we have seen very important spillovers, international spillovers. And I have just reproduced here a few of these major episodes of international spillovers, which have led to important crises in the world economy over the years. So we have evidently the 1980s with Latin America, we had the hikes of the 1990s as well, which also led to some problems in Latin America and in Asia. We had the hikes of US monetary policy at the beginning of the 2000s, just before 2007, where we had the global financial crisis, etc., the taper tantrum. And then we had the very recent hikes, 2022, 2023, and there, I think, and this is going to be something we should be, I think, reflecting upon, despite these hikes being very abrupt and the tightness of monetary policy having been pretty sudden, we haven't seen so far the type of disruptions and spillovers that we had encountered in the past. What do we know about the effect of US monetary policy on the world economy and emerging markets? So we can estimate the effect of a tightening of the Fed, let's say 100 basis point tightening, so 1% tightening of the Fed. We can estimate its effects on a bunch of international variables, including credit creation, including variables describing volatility in international markets, and of course, international capital flows. So I'm going to show you here a few examples of the effect of a US monetary policy tightening, so 100 basis point tightening. And what you see in all these panels are the response of international financial variables and also real variables. So what should we get from this graph? So this is the response of the variable itself is the line, and the shaded areas are the uncertainty around these responses. Well, so you can take my word for it if you cannot fully see the labels of these panels. What these impulse responses show is that when the US monetary policy tightens, you have a very large effect on the VIX, for example, which is a measure of stress in international financial markets. The VIX jumps up, which means we expect more volatility and also risk aversion goes up. We see indices of global financial liquidity being affected and going down. And we see asset markets, so stock markets, global financial cycle going down. Okay, so we can see all these international financial variables being strongly affected by a tightening of US monetary policy. What we can also see, and this is some additional responses here that we have in this graph, is what happens to international capital flows. And what happens to international capital flows is quite interesting. There's a bit of an asymmetry between international capital flows for advanced economies and for emerging markets. For advanced economies, when the US monetary policy tightens, what we see is that both inflows and outflows go down quite significantly. So we can think of advanced economies as having a very active financial intermediation role in look at emerging markets, what we see is that inflows into emerging markets tends to go down, but also outflows tend to go up, which means that on net, we see net outflows out of emerging markets. So this is quite different from the response for advanced economies. It's reflected much more in the current account response, as opposed to the financial flows for advanced economies. Now, I think it is interesting to dig a little bit further into these responses of international financial flows when we look at monetary policy tightening, and especially US monetary policy tightening. So here I'm going to zoom in on a particular set of portfolios, the portfolios of US mutual funds, knowing that actually this could be something worth doing for different countries, different emerging markets, for example, for different investors, in order to understand better what is the mechanism through which US monetary policy has an effect on financial flows and on financial stability in different countries, in particular emerging markets. So if we think about those spillovers at a very disaggregated level, so what happens when, for example, the US monetary policy tightens? Well, what happens when the Fed tightens is that investors are going to start rebalancing their portfolios. But how do they do that? So I'm showing you here an example based on very, very disaggregated data of US-based mutual funds. So it's a vast pool of capital. And what we can do with very, very disaggregated data is to estimate essentially demand elasticities of different types of assets, US treasuries, US government bonds versus emerging market bonds from Latin America, from the Middle East, or from emerging Europe. We can measure different elasticities of demands, and we also can measure what type of assets are being sold when US monetary policy tightens. Which ones are more likely to be sold, for example? So what do we find? What have we found when we do this type of exercise? And again, it could be done for a much more disaggregated and big universe of funds, of investors, and of assets. So what we find is that the safest assets, so the US treasuries, tend to have low elasticity of demand. That means that usually, you hang to them. You don't sell those assets easily. You need very big changes. They are always tend to be always in demand. And they have much lower elasticities of demands than emerging market bonds. So here in the middle graph, what you see is these elasticities of demands. If you have a big bar, it means you have a higher elasticity of demands. That is to say, the assets which have the longest bar are the ones which are going to be most reactive to changes in prices or returns. They are going to be bought and sold much more easily. And what we see is that US treasuries are not bought and sold easily, but emerging market bonds of the various geographical locations here are much more elastic. Now, what we can also see is what happens when the rate of return on a UST bill goes up and makes that asset more attractive. What is being sold first? Again, what we can see is that what is being sold first is going to be two types of assets. And you can see that again in the middle graph where you see the longest bars there. Two types of assets, the high yields US bonds and also emerging market bonds. Actually, Latin Americans' emerging markets bonds tend to be the closest to the risky, to the high-yield US there. Now, what we can also get from this very disaggregated data is that in stressed time, and by stressed time on bonds market, I mean times, for example, where the MOVE index, which is this index of fear in the bonds market, is going up, we see that the degree of substitutability between US treasuries and US high yields bonds, for example, becomes lower. So that means that in stress time, you're going to get a lot more potential price volatility when there are shocks, because the degree of substitution becomes lower. So to sum up, I think what we can learn from this disaggregated data is the way the portfolio of different types of investors are adjusting in times of stress. Which assets are sold first, which assets are sold together, and for example here we find that US high yields and emerging market bonds tend to be most substitutable when there is US monetary policy tightening. And we also see that in stress time, the degree of substitutability between high yields bonds, for example, and US treasuries goes down, opening the door for more price volatility. So this is, I think, important to understand the mechanisms of spillovers of US monetary policy into different markets, in particular into emerging markets. Now, I'm going to finish this presentation by pointing out that we had a few surprises recently compared to everything that I've said so far. What I've said so far is that historically we had very large spillovers of US monetary policy, leading sometimes to crises in various parts of the world. I've seen you also the usual transmission of US monetary policy to capital flows, to international financial variables, etc., to the VIX. And surprisingly, what we have seen so far, despite a very abrupt tightening in US monetary policy, is not so much jitters, not so many jitters in emerging markets, in a way that historically is quite surprising. We would frankly have expected a bit more turmoil given the speed of tightening of US monetary policy. So now there are various possibilities for why this might have happened, and I'm sure my panelists will discuss a lot about these issues. There can be that there's much better framework in emerging markets for various reasons that we will explain. But what I will just point out is that it's not only emerging markets that have been more resilient, but it's also high yields markets. Okay, so in the way that I was discussing before, that high yields and emerging markets usually have some degree of substitutability in the portfolio of investors, this time around we've seen that neither emerging markets nor high yields have come under a lot of stress, and this is a new field. And we can look at it from the point of view of many different indices of financial stability, so I have put a few here. The lesson of all these indices of financial stress or financial stability is that actually the very recent period has been remarkably calm despite the very strong US tightening. Therefore, and I think that's very important for all of us to figure out, it could be that emerging markets frameworks have improved to a large extent, and this is why we have gone so far through this period relatively without crisis, or it can be, and this is maybe what the high yields market are telling us, but it's because actually there's still quite a lot of global liquidity in the economy, and therefore that those jitters that we usually see have been avoided because of that. But if this is the case, if this is because there's still a lot of global liquidity in the economy, then we should be very careful about what's happening to global financial conditions. And there, I think there are quite a few reasons to be a bit worried and to think about these issues very carefully. One is that, of course, equity markets have been very high. So this is here the US equity market as a fraction of GDP. As a fraction of total market capitalization, it also is very, very high. So there is potential for asset price correction. And we also have other types of shocks that may be tightening global financial conditions. One type of shocks is tariffs, which, as we know, is putting upward pressure on for the dollar. And when the dollar appreciates, that is synonymous of global financial condition tightening. So we would see more of us, and we could see more tightening of global financial condition because of tariff shocks. We could see, of course, other shocks coming from the United States, other macroeconomic policy shocks. I put here a number from financial deregulation to issues about debt sustainability to global warming. So I don't have time to go into any detail about the effect of these macro shocks, but I think all of this points to the conclusion that we are in a world in which, unlike in the past, a very strong US monetary policy has not quite passed through in the way it usually does to emerging markets and to high yields. It could be because of better frameworks everywhere, better regulatory frameworks, better financial frameworks. It could also be that global liquidity is still very abundant, but then we have these big possible shocks that may change things around. And let me finish here.
Thank you, Professor Helene, for your insightful presentation. We kindly invite you to take your seat on the stage, please. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists. Dr. Sithaput Suthiwart Naruput, Governor of the Bank of Thailand. Dr. Fatih Karahan, Governor of the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey. To guide us through the upcoming discussion, I would like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Pierre-Olivier Gorinchas, Economic Counselor and Director of the Research Department at the International Monetary Fund. Let's give our panelists another round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you.
Is this working? Yes. Thank you everyone, and thank you to our hosts here in AlUla. It's really a wonderful place. And thank you especially to Hélène for a very stimulating presentation to open this session on monetary policy and capital flows amid elevated uncertainty. So let me jump right in and turn to our panelists. I think that Hélène just spoke of a potentially very important moment when we think about monetary policy, where we had this enormous surge in inflation in recent years, the largest in many decades. That has now receded, and many central banks are finding themselves on an easing path, and in fact, I think this is the case for the Central Bank of Thailand and the Central Bank of Turkey. And as Hélène pointed out, global liquidity could be an important factor that is we need to be looking at when we want to understand how smoothly the transition will go from there. But what I want to also point out is we may be facing a different environment for emerging markets maybe than for advanced economies, and we're already seeing some emerging markets starting to take monetary policy decisions that don't necessarily align with this big cycle of tightening and easing. And we've seen countries like Brazil, we've seen other countries that have started to tighten again. So we have a much more complex environment ahead of us, with potentially a lot of decoupling between monetary policy implemented in different regions of the world. And I think in that context, it's very important to hear from emerging market economies and their experience. And so I will start, Fatih, I will start with you here, and maybe I will ask you to share with us how you've seen things from your perspective at the Central Bank of Turkey, how you think about the choices and the trade-offs that you're facing in steering monetary policy in a context that is characterized both by the global economy, but also by some country-specific forces that are exerting upward inflationary pressure in Turkey. And now Turkey's inflation numbers have improved tremendously from just 2 years ago. I think I was looking at the numbers. It was 84% back in October 2022, and it's now around 42%. So you've almost cut inflation in half. And monetary policy has remained quite tight, but maybe you can share your views and also respond to some of Hélène's points.
Thank you, Pierre-Olivier. First, let me
join the people before me in thanking our hosts, the Ministry of Finance of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for this wonderful event in this great location. I'm going to talk a little bit about the global backdrop that's making life tricky for a lot of emerging market economies in terms of the fight against inflation. And then I'll turn to some of the idiosyncratic issues that are important for Turkey, and they're kind of one of the strongest determinants of policy decisions despite elevated global issues. I guess the first thing that comes to mind when I think about kind of what are the things globally that we worry about or that we keep an eye on, that we grapple with when conducting monetary policy, the first thing is really uncertainty. I mean, we're in a very highly uncertain world. This includes uncertainty about monetary policy of the advanced economies, the US being the first one. Then geoeconomic conflicts, what's going to happen to tariffs and how that's going to shape trade around the world, and inflationary pressures because they come together with supply chain pressures. And ultimately, of course, the outlook for growth as a result of all these. The second thing that I think emerging market economies are grappling with, and Turkey is an example of that, is that it's the increased sensitivity of the long end of the yield curve, especially to economic surprises. So historically speaking, you know, when we had surprises on inflation, upside or downside, that would reflect in the short end of the yield curve. You'd have a bad inflation print, and the short end would be up, reflecting a more sluggish adjustment for policy rates, and vice versa. But more and more we're seeing data surprises, especially on inflation prints, moving quite a bit the long end of the yield curve. So that means the long rates are a lot more volatile than they used to, and I think this is an issue for emerging markets going forward in terms of capital flows, in terms of pressures on the exchange rate, and so on. So I think this is another important issue. When I think about this feature that is arising now, I think of this as the market searching for where the long rates are going to end up with. It's this debate on what we call the R star, the neutral rate of interest. So basically, because of all this uncertainty about where the neutral rate is in this new time and age, any kind of data that we get provides information about where that number might be, and with surprises upside or on the downside, we're getting market repricing some of these variables quite heavily. And I think also for emerging markets, not just for US monetary policy or Europe monetary policy, for emerging markets as well, this is one of the most important issues as to where, you know, advanced economy terminal rates are going to end up. So I'll discuss a little bit on what are some of the forces there, and I think where we may end up. I think to discuss that, we have to look at some of the determinants of these long rates. So one thing that comes to mind is obviously the safety and liquidity of government bonds, and especially the US government bonds. I think the experience of the last couple of years changed the perceptions a little bit. Bondholders lost quite a bit. The long-term holders lost quite a bit. They paid during the high inflation episode. So as a result of that, that will call for a higher interest rate going forward. The second thing is the savings glut. This was something that was holding the long-term rate down. You know, the Southeastern Asian countries, China and so on, saving in US long-term bonds and pushing the yields down. I think that's changing slowly as a result of many factors that I won't go into, but this is another force pushing up the neutral rate in the US. And finally, of course, when we're thinking about where the long rates are going to end up down the road, we're talking about nominal rates, and all the factors that I've highlighted so far are real, determinants of real rates. So the residual is obviously where inflation is going to be. And so we're now in a world where, it's a shock-prone world. We'll be hit probably with a lot of tariffs, maybe with supply chain issues down the road, maybe other aspects that may arise, maybe volatility in energy prices because of geoeconomic conflicts. So this is a world in which where I think longer run inflation is going to be higher going forward. And this is despite the fact that a lot of these shocks are going to be supply-based, supply-side shocks. We've seen the last couple of years how some of these may have longer lasting impacts. And I think the high inflation episode is very near. So we risk inflation expectations running high. So all of this to say, I think down the road, we're not going to end up where we were in 2019, where long rates were depressed. They had been coming down for 2 decades. It's a very different world now for all the reasons that I've listed. I think the neutral rate is going to be higher. Exactly how much, we don't know. And this brings me to my second point. There's this uncertainty about where we're going to end up. And that means that the central banks will need to walk very carefully. So actually I want to try an analogy here because we're in the middle of the desert. So historically, people in this area, when they went out at night, they would rely on stars when they walked, because stars were a source of light and they're a source of direction. So they tell you where you go, and if the light is bright, you can walk with confidence. I think the global landscape is such that there's a lot of clouds now. So they don't completely black out the light of the stars. We can still see the stars, they're out there, but there's a bit of uncertainty where exactly there is, and the source of light isn't as strong. So we'll have to walk very carefully, and I think that's what the central banks will do around the world, including the advanced economies, which we're seeing already. Their actions changing in a couple of months. But I think this will be reflected in emerging markets as well. Now, so a lot of issues in the global landscape, but how does that translate? How does that transmit to Turkey? And here, our experience might be a little bit different than the rest of the world, maybe than Thailand, for example. Because Turkey had been relatively detached from the rest of the world, from the global markets for a while. Now, just to give you a couple of numbers here, the foreign share in the bond market is around 10% at the moment. The foreign share in the FX market is also kind of 9%. So not very high historically. And these numbers are up from a year ago. They were a lot lower last year. So capital flows do matter for us, but to a lot lesser degree than probably compared to the other emerging market economies. The one issue for us is that, of course, the exchange rate pass-through. It's very high, historically speaking, over the last couple of years. And because of that, we have to be somewhat careful in managing the risks around the exchange rate. So the global risks, if they manifest themselves, they're going to manifest through the exchange rate, and that's why we have to be very cognizant of this risk. But other than that, inflationary pressures in Turkey are domestic, and this is why most of our effort is focused to making sure that the balance between supply and demand goes in better place than it was. Just to give you some numbers here, before we started tightening, this was in, say, middle of 2023, when inflation was high and was on track to go even higher, the contribution of domestic demand to growth was 11%, so extremely high. Durable goods consumption was going up 20% year over year. And how is that feasible? Well, that's basically through a large current account deficit. We had current account deficit at 6% of GDP at the time. On top of that, adding to the domestic pressures, we had the massive earthquake in 2023, February of 2023, which, you know, a lot of people lost their lives, a lot of construction was lost. So that calls for, of course, government spending, persistently large government spending, which, you know, is necessary but not ideal when you're fighting inflation. We've made a lot of progress on these areas. The contribution of personal consumption to GDP has come down, is around 2% now, so a lot better than 11. Current account deficit below 1%, and earthquake spending fading now and will be more supportive, fiscal will be more supportive this year, starting this year. And finally, most importantly, inflation expectations have been completely unanchored in all sectors, market participants, households, corporates, and you could see that in pricing behavior, you could see that in spending behavior. Now they're coming down quite fast. So finally, people are starting to buy into the disinflation process. Now, of course, the risk is this is a long process. We're coming down from, you know, very high inflation, and we aim for at least single digits in a short period of time. But because of the global backdrop, there is a lot of risks. So how do you counteract this, you know, challenging environment? Well, really, I think the key is having a sound policy framework. That means having, you know, letting exchange rate be somewhat flexible, but also taking decisive actions when you need to do it. Because at the end of the day, central bank effectiveness is really about credibility. And credibility you only gain by acting. You can only go so far by just talking. So prudence is key. That's why we had to hike the rate quite high. We had at 50%, and we waited there for 8 months. And we're on a very gradual cutting cycle at the moment. But like I said, risks are there for a lot of reasons that I've outlined, and we stand ready to act.
Thank you, Fatih. And if I can rebound and maybe follow up very briefly, I liked how you separated external forces and maybe domestic factors. There are places where sometimes they interact. I mean, Hélène in her presentation mentioned the fact that monetary policy, for instance, in the US can transmit, and you mentioned yourself the volatility in the long-term yields. That's something we've seen in the US, in other advanced economies, and it can propagate to emerging markets. One of the things we had found in work we did at the fund a few years back was that there is an interesting interaction with fiscal vulnerability. So stronger fiscal vulnerabilities amplify the transmission of US monetary policy to emerging markets. Is this something that you're also experiencing when you're looking at Turkey, or if you're thinking about other emerging market economies more broadly?
So I guess I would say I'm relatively lucky when it comes to government debt, because debt to GDP in Turkey is 28%. So this is, I think the EM average is around 70%, so it's relatively low. So I think we're somewhat immune from some of these considerations. The issue for us is that a larger share of this debt is hard currency debt. So if you look at dollar-denominated, euro-denominated debt, it's, I think, 56% of government debt. So that means you're exposed, of course, to exchange rate risk, which is an important consideration. But at least in terms of having the right state variables in terms of government debt, I think we're safe in that front.
Okay, thank you. Now, when we think about emerging markets, of course, one important dimension is of course exchange rate management, and as was highlighted in some of Hélène's slides, the role of the dollar on emerging market is outside. It's there. We all know it's there. And here we can anticipate that a number of the policies that might be implemented in the US or in other advanced economies, whether we're thinking about fiscal policy, we're thinking about deregulation, we're thinking about migration policies, or we're thinking about trade policies, they have a common component. They are dollar positive. They are likely to push the dollar stronger, and so that has potential implications for emerging markets. And that strength of the dollar is something that many of them had to manage. We've seen it being very strong, not just in the last few weeks or last few months, but over the last few years. And so on this, I would like to turn to you, Setaput, and ask you how you think about the importance of these international channels, how this is something that you manage, how do you think about the trade-offs there, and whether these things are changing now, and whether if the dollar were to strengthen in coming month, we are in a different position, EMs are in different position than they were, let's say, in 2018, 2019, where we had another bout of trade tensions, for instance.
Sure. Thank you, Pierre-Olivier. And first, again, let me thank the organizers for having me here. It's a great pleasure personally to be here in such a beautiful place, beautiful setting. And it's also a great honor and a privilege to be here from a professional standpoint, representing my organization and my country here, doing my small part to foster closer exchanges and relationship between our two countries. So, Minister Al-Jadaan, thank you very much for this. Pierre, let me try to answer your question in two parts, and if I may, I'd also like to touch upon elements from Ellen's very thought-provoking and rich presentation, and break it into two parts. First part, I think, will be to try to look at the mechanics of the spillovers and to focus on which channel the financial spillover, I think, is the most relevant for emerging markets. And then the second part, to talk a bit about, try to put the financial spillovers in context a bit. So Ellen's presentation, you focused a lot on the portfolio rebalancing and portfolio flows, and the data is very, very detailed, and again, a very compelling argument. But I think a lot of what was seen there might be more relevant for advanced economies more than emerging market economies, and I think there are basic sound reasons for that. You think about the channels in terms of transmission to bond yields and whatnot. In emerging markets, we have less developed capital markets. Most of our financing is bank intermediated, so that channel is going to be less relevant for us. But the financial spillover channel, I think that hits most of the emerging markets most directly is what you mentioned, which is the exchange rate. And again, I think solid reasons for that. A lot of us are small open economies. A lot of our exporters are small to medium enterprises. They don't hedge a whole lot. The FX markets are much thinner, so the ability to handle volatility and movements in exchange rate are less. So I think the critical, very important financial spillover channel for a lot of emerging markets are on the exchange rate front. And if we look at the mechanics of that in the context of Thailand, for example, it's not just about what happens with the dollar. First and foremost, it's about that, but it's not just that. And so in Thailand, for example, what we've seen in terms of exchange rate volatility, we've seen a huge increase. Volatility has basically doubled from about 4% pre-COVID to about 9% most recently. It's been amplified. So it's not just what's happening in the dollar, it's been amplified. Amplified by what? Two things. One is gold. Thai people like to buy gold. Like everybody, massive retail interest in buying gold. And when the gold price goes up, they start to sell it. We export gold. That again puts appreciation pressure on the baht. And the gold prices tend to go up again because it's denominated in dollars, tend to go up when the dollar is weaker, so we get this kind of amplifying effect of the movements on the dollar to the baht through what happens with gold. The second thing is, the second channel where it gets amplified is we're increasingly see a more outbound portfolio investment in Thailand. We have this kind of strange asymmetry where a lot of the foreign investment that comes in, all the portfolio stuff, that's unhedged because they want to take advantage of the currency movements. But all the stuff that goes outbound, it's either fully hedged or hedged to a very high degree. And so what happens again, when equity prices go up or asset prices globally go up, then they have to hedge more. So when they want to hedge more, they got to go buy more Thai baht forward, puts more appreciation pressure on the baht. So when we see asset prices go up, again, that creates another channel and amplifies some of these shocks. So the point there is that, again, it's not just about the dollar, but it's about how the dollar interacts with these other prices, the correlation between the dollar and what's happening with gold, what's happening with equity prices. And unfortunately for us, like past year, 2024, was this, easing cycle, risk on trade. All the correlations were going kind of in the wrong way in terms of amplifying all these shocks. So, and it created, big headaches for us because, again, we, just like every other country, we want to see the exchange rate act as a shock absorber rather than a shock amplifier. But when you get these very, very strong movements in the exchange rate, it makes it that much more difficult to handle. And structurally, in terms of the changes that are also ongoing, what we've seen is more and more of the portfolio investments going overseas are more in equity rather than bonds. So again, more susceptible to asset price movements overseas and the need for hedging. And we've also seen, as everybody knows, much higher gold price volatility. So that's been a big headache for us. So I think, again, in terms of the financial spillover channels, the one that's the biggest headache for us is on the exchange rate front. Second point, and again, I'll be try to be brief on this, is about the importance of financial spillovers in context, in terms of how it impacts emerging markets. And I don't doubt that they're important, but again, if we look at the data, there's a paper that a colleague of mine, Bank of Thailand, wrote with Claudio at the BIS, looking at this, and they found that the proportion of the variation in bond flows, capital flows going to emerging markets is actually smaller than that to advanced economies, and that proportion has also decreased over time. So it looks, and it's consistent with what you're talking about, that it seems like that whole channel is kind of less perhaps strong than before. Maybe it's because of emerging market resiliency or because of the higher global liquidity. But overall, as you said, the phrase that you use, right, the jitters are less and whatnot, I think that's consistent with a lot of what we're seeing. I think Fateh and I would probably argue, that the policymakers have something to do with it. It's not just about the global liquidity out there, but again, maybe we're biased. But I think overall, again, the picture has been, again, that it's, emerging markets on the financial front have displayed a surprising degree of resiliency. But what about other kinds of spillovers? If you look right now, right, and what central bankers are talking about, what, me back in Thailand, we're talking about that's giving us the biggest headache, it's not financial spillovers, it's real spillovers on the trade front, right? That's the thing that's occupying top of mind. And I think, that's where the biggest challenges for us, the biggest impacts for us are coming from the trade policy front. And it's not just about what's happening in developed markets, but also these indirect effects, because we're seeing spillovers, because when countries can't export to developed markets like the US, export to us. And so there's a lot of import flooding that comes not just Thailand, but to other countries in the region as well. And that's really hitting us and constraining our recovery. We've seen our manufacturing production kind of be very, very lackluster in terms of the recovery. And so it's those kinds of spillovers, I think, that I worry about the most. And getting back, Fateh, to what you were saying, it's particularly hard for us to handle that because as central bankers, we're used to dealing with shocks on the demand side, but we don't have the right kind of tools to handle the shocks that are coming on the supply side. And I think looking forward, increasingly, the shocks are going to be coming from on the supply side, be it through trade, supply chain changes, and whatnot. So let me stop there.
Thank you, Sitaput. So I would like to give an opportunity maybe to Hélène to come back on some of the comments you've made. I mean, Fatih, I heard you mention that, maybe R-star has increased. It's a bit clouded. We don't see it as well as before, but maybe it has increased, which would suggest, going back to the point Hélène was making on global liquidity, that there might be a lot of supply of liquidity, but maybe the demand for liquidity is not there as much, and that creates its own challenges. And then Sita put the point about the different transmission channels for FX to emerging markets and the distinction between real and financial spillovers and their relative importance. So I don't know, Hélène, if you want to take a minute or two to engage on these.
So there were so many fascinating points made by these two very distinguished panelists here. So I do think we still have a bit of a conundrum, because if anything, you added to, you know, the difficulty of policymakers, or how difficult it was for economy policymakers in emerging markets in this environment of tightening of US monetary policy, with all these supply side shocks, facing so many uncertainty margins that you both very eloquently described, and yet so the resiliency has been here. So I still have a bit of an identification issue, whether it is indeed you know, coming from the macroeconomic frameworks, which have been much more much pumped upon, or whether we have been seeing also a very important change, not only in global liquidity, but also in the type of intermediation and the type of financial actors who have been channeling these financial flows, which, you know, fits into whether there's more variability at the short end or the long end, depending on the importance of asset managers, possibly also for emerging markets versus global banks, and the importance of asset managers being more on the long end. This possibly having created a bit more of a volatility at the long end of the yield curve, or not, but also given the regulatory constraint being very different, and maybe the fire sale constraint being different from leverage players, having also been a little bit more resilient in that context of higher uncertainty and shocks than, you know, previously when we had an undercapitalized global banking system. So I still think it's very important to sort out this different set of issues. Unfortunately, there's a different set of shocks, different set of policies, and a different set of players at the same time. And so I think we have to think about all these three together.
Okay, well, with this, I think we are exactly on time, so I want to thank our two panelists and presenter for a very stimulating session. I think we can all conclude that so far many emerging markets have shown a great deal of resilience, maybe more than would have been expected ex ante if we had been told 4 years ago that the Fed was about to hike 500 basis points. But maybe that is not a sign of comfort looking forward because of some of the structural changes that we've just discussed today. So please join me in thanking our participants.
We appreciate the moderator and our panelists for an enlightening session. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder that simultaneous translation is available in multiple languages. Please collect your headsets, seated on your table or seats if needed. And now, for our third and final panel for today's agenda, titled Resilience of the Financial System in Emerging Markets. It is my honor to welcome to the stage our distinguished panelists. His Excellency Sheikh Bandar bin Mohammed bin Saud Al Thani, Governor of the Central Bank of Qatar. Mr. Kazimov, Governor of the Central Bank of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Dr. Andrei Pushny, Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine. And His Excellency Dr. Fahad Turki, Director General and the Chairman of the Board of the Executive Directors at the Arab Monetary Fund. Guided and moderated by Tobias Adrian, Financial Counselor and Director of the Monetary and Capital Markets Department at the International Monetary Fund.
Welcome to this last panel of today. The panel is going to focus more on the financial stability issues of emerging markets. And let me give you a very short introduction, then introduce our panelists, and then ask the question. So, as we have heard in the previous panel, we have seen multiple shocks hitting emerging markets, the pandemic, political tensions across the world, as well as the run-up and subsequent decline of inflation. Financial conditions have remained accommodative, but of course interest rates are much higher than they were just 3 years ago, and the dollar has also appreciated markedly. So some countries have done extremely well, as we have seen in the previous panel, but others have come under pressure in terms of capital flows in particular. And so we are going to look a little bit at these capital flow issues, the financial conditions, and what that means for emerging markets. So let me introduce the panelists. To my left is His Excellency Sheikh Al-Thani, who is the governor of Qatar. Welcome. Next to him, His Excellency the governor of Azerbaijan, Mr. Kazimov, followed by Governor Pizhny of Ukraine, and finally, Dr. Al-Turki, who is the Director General of the Arab Monetary Fund. So I will start with a set of questions, and then please do feel free to react to each other as well, following the initial set of questions. So, Governor Al-Thani, what is your expectation for the resilience of global markets in the face of these tensions, geopolitical tensions and economic uncertainties that have been emerging, and what factors do you see influencing financial stability in the region where we are today?
Thank you for having me. First of all, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia along with the IMF for hosting and organizing back to your question. Today we are living in uncertain world, and the uncertainties, it's not something new. It started from COVID to high inflation and trade wars, and geopolitical tension. All of that caused a lot of uncertainties in the financial market. If you recall, 3 or 4 months back, the expectation for most of the central banks that to reach their target rate of inflation was almost there. However, today, the rise of concern of inflation to rise again, slow down in economy, as well as increase the debt, and debt default has been increased again. So if we look to the world and look first to United States, we will find that United States economy is doing very well. Job market is still strong, and also the inflation has been contained. However, still remain elevated. In Europe, this did not recover yet in terms of recovering in the economic growth. Far East China came up with recently with stimulus packages to boost the economy. In our region, which is Middle East and North Africa, I look to it in 2 parts. The first part is GCC countries. GCC countries is less vulnerable and more resilient because of several factors. First of all, GCC countries have benefited from high energy prices. Second, GCC countries in the past few decades have built sovereign wealth funds to support their economy in the time of uncertainties. The third is the fiscal disciplines. Most of the GCC countries have a disciplined fiscal policy. The fourth, in my point of view, is that most of the GCC countries came up with a plan of diversification their economy, and they started to execute this plan. So, in my view, GCC countries is less vulnerable to this uncertainty. The rest of Middle Eastern and North African countries, which is in our region, it depends on their financial situation. Those countries with high debt, balance sheet, they're going to face challenges. I would like to refer here to a report issued by United Nations Trade and Development Report. They have stated that 3.3 billion people are living in countries that pay in interest payment more than they pay in either their education or health. And this is very critical for governments. Also, those countries that depend more on importing most of their energies, goods and services will face real challenges those days. We have witnessed recently in some of the emerging markets that they have a volatile foreign currency, their currency, as well as an outflow of capital from their market because of all of these uncertainties.
Yeah, thank you so much. And these are very important issues you're pointing to. And it's really the heterogeneity of countries that is very important to keep in mind. So let me move to Governor Kasimov next, and perhaps ask to dig a little bit further into the geopolitical tensions and what that means in terms of financial flows to the region.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my exceptional gratitude to you, Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to participate at this distinguished panel. I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate in advance people of the Kingdom with upcoming Founding Day, and wish to our brothers and sisters continued success and prosperity. So coming back to your question from the Central Bank of Azerbaijan perspective, there are several, of course, implications of geopolitical tensions. I will focus mainly on three. First, the most important part is global inflation and the impact on Azerbaijani inflation. Second, what I see, the changes in international settlement architecture. And third, this is regulatory landscape. So when it comes to inflation, in 2022, October, we reached peak. It was 15.6%, and now we managed, by the end of 2024, we managed to hold it back to 4.9. And our projection shows that, taking into account the uncertainties, we expect that this year it will be at the level of 5.5, and next year 5.5, and next year it will be at the range of 3.8%. So generally, we are in the target of the central bank. We have 4 ± 2 as an interval. So, but if we look at the roots of the inflation, we see that in case of Azerbaijan, taking into account that non-oil trade deficit is 21% 21.8% of our GDP. So we are importing the inflation. So here, and if we look to our trade partners' inflation, for the last 3 years, average annual inflation of our trade partners was at 15.8%. So using our anchor stable currency regime as a target, so we managed through the appreciation of nominal effective exchange rate, we managed to hold back the inflation. So average appreciation of the nominal effective exchange rate annually was 13%. So that gave us quite advantage in terms of the holding back the importing inflation. Second part is settlement, taking into account unprecedented level of a number of sanctions, particularly to our neighboring country. Of course, we saw that the landscape of the international settlement started to change. We started to see that increase in local payment settlements. Previously, it was predominantly US dollars. Also, our main currency in trade is United States dollars. So around 90% of our trade is dominated in US dollars. So we also started to see increase in usage of digital assets, particularly in cryptocurrencies, and that's pushed us to speed up bringing the regulation on the digital assets regulation. So third, as I said, is regulatory landscape, and here we see that for the recent 3 years, we have advanced in regulatory changes, particularly in AML and compliance. Of course, we are trying to keep the balance between the economic activity and international requirements in the field of compliance and AML. As we advanced in this regulation, we saw that the correspondent banking network of our financial institutions rapidly expand, particularly for US banks. So if you ask me just very shortly, what are the implications of this geopolitical situation? It's mainly inflation, and we're still uncertain on what will be it going forward. Settlement changes, infrastructure of the settlement, usage of digital assets and also local currencies, and requirements to be compliant on international regulation. Thank you.
Yeah, I think these international payment issues are very much top of mind for many countries, correspondent banking as well as digital assets. So let me move to Governor Pizhny from Ukraine next. So focusing a little bit more on the capital markets, what's your outlook and what does it take to attract international capital flows?
Доброго дня, я говоритиму українською. Насамперед я хотів би подякувати.
I would like to thank the organizers for invitation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the International Monetary Fund. I'm very happy to present the position of the National Bank of Ukraine. When we talk about the capital flow, we have to discuss it linked to the trends we witness and that were discussed intensively today, the fragmentation and complication of trading flows, difficulties for emerging markets. But at the same time, we should not forget about the reasons behind this fragmentation. I will not pretend that the National Bank of Ukraine works in the same context as the majority of the esteemed governors of central banks present here. No. The activity and operations of the National Bank of Ukraine are defined by the war. I became a manager of the central bank of the country that has been resisting to the full-scale invasion for 3 years, and therefore all processes that in one way or another define the logic of our actions, our policies, decisions, position, are determined by our aim to ensure macro-financial stability in the conditions of the full-scale war. What does the full-scale war mean? I will give you some numbers for understanding which macroeconomic context we have. The expenses for defense and security sector reached more than 25% of the GDP. The total weight of defense and security expenses in the public budget this year is 61%. Despite this, we try to do our best so that Ukraine ensures macro-financial stability, to work on overcoming the consequences of the war, creating the grounds for consolidation of positions of our partners in their support of Ukraine. We still want to think about further steps, development of capital markets. On this way, we are very much supported by the program with the International Monetary Fund, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank Tobias in your presence to the International Monetary Fund for their brave and determined support, extremely high-quality expertise, and the discussions we are having for nearly 2.5 years. The International Monetary Fund opened the program of extended fund facility under the influence of exogenous factors for Ukraine, and Ukraine has successfully passed 6 reviews, and after the return from this reputable forum, we will accept another mission of the 7th mission, and the 7th review will start. We also understand that now the world is at some, turning point to some. And the Munich conference demonstrated it very well. I am more than convinced it will become a part of a history. And everything which was said there, the very emotions that dominated there, evidence that the trigger for the turning point is how the war in Ukraine will end. Because, in fact, there are 2 scenarios that, among other things, will impact the efficiency of capital flows and possibly will mitigate the negative impact of factors that amplify fragmentation or complicate trade relations. The first scenario is just and durable peace for Ukraine that will confirm globally the rules that can be recovered. This is exactly what Ukraine is aiming for, just fair peace. We understand, and for us, as for the Ukrainian party, when we discuss just peace, it's very important and necessary. There will be the issue of compensation of losses together with security guarantees, because according to the World Bank estimate, the amount of losses caused to Ukraine over the full-scale invasion exceed $500 billion. This is not a final estimate, it's the so-called fast estimate. It means that Ukraine according to the conditions of just and fair peace, shall claim for reimbursement. I understand that not everyone in this room would support the idea of seizure of the immobilized assets of the aggressor country, which is Russia. We know about this discussion, we take part in it. But I'm more than convinced that the absolute majority of people present here understand the importance of recovery, of the effect of the international law, the value of the international law as our value, because recovery of the law, its functionality, ability of international institutions to have strong voice and impact on complicated global process. This is exactly what will start the recovery of those global issues we are discussing today here. Just and fair peace for Ukraine is synergy, is something that can create like additional effect and help overcome challenges we are facing today. We rely and that we expect that this scenario, by results of cooperation and the process of negotiations, will become a baseline scenario. But there is another one. We can name it the zero amount play. This is when you win is just what you could get from your partner in this game. And when the participants of the global community will see that there are no rules of the game in practice, this will only complicate and contribute to the challenges we are talking about today. We are discussing these negative effects and impacts. Therefore, I'm more than convinced that discussing the implications that have adverse impact on profitability, accessibility of capital, we should always remember about the causes and deal with them. And the last. I came today from the high-level conference that took place in Amsterdam. At that conference, the governors of central banks of Europe were actively discussing how to improve our efficiency in the current conditions. And you know, probably for the first time for me, I felt how the consequences become dangerous. Defense and national security from the governors of central banks like Belgium, Netherlands, countries like Poland, Andorra. This sounded from their presentations. They mentioned them more frequently than monetary policy, which means that for governors of central banks, they realized that security and national security become key issues. It's not just about active combats. It's more about cybersecurity risks. And we will talk about digitalization today, that we at the National Bank of Ukraine consider as not only like as an opportunity to expand access of our economic agents to opportunities of the digital world, but also as a challenge that requires to cover the issues of cybersecurity and resilience of our financial system.
Thank you, Governor Pizhny. Let me next turn to Chairman.
دائما أنتقل إلى
in financial sector developments in the region And I would be very curious to hear about your assessment of the resilience of the financial sector here in the region.
Thank you very much. Let me start by echoing my colleagues' gratitude to His Excellency Minister Al-Jud'an and the team at the Ministry of Finance, as well as the International Monetary Fund for putting together this important topic, and also for choosing a very unique place within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, back to your question, I think this is a very loaded question. It's easy asked than answered, because there are so many heterogeneity within the region. There are many differences, different developments within the financial sector within the Arab region. Let me start by saying that the financial sector within the Arab region is dominated by the banking sector. Around 93% of the financial sector is banking, which represents around 145% of the GDP from the region. This compares to 220 in advanced economies. But even if you look at the region within the Arab region, in this part of the world, in the GCC, for example, the contribution of the banking sector is about 240%. There are 3 countries that account for almost 2/3 of the banking sector in the whole Arab region, and these countries are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. Why I'm saying this is because I just want to highlight how the heterogeneity within the region. Now, if you look at with that being said, if you look at the region as a whole, I think the resilience is very strong, given the number of indicators that we follow on a regular basis. If you look at, for example, capital adequacy ratio, it stands at 17.4%, well above the Basel III requirements, and that prepare the banking for any potential losses and maintain stability. If you, by the same indicators, if you look at liquidity, even you have 1/3 of the banking assets within the region are liquid assets, which will position the banking sector well in case of a short-term demand. Last but not least, also, if you look at the coverage ratio within the region, the banking sector have a coverage of above 90% of non-performing loans, which takes care of credit losses or potential credit losses. This is coupled with the application of IFRS 9, which supports the banking ability to anticipate any potential credit risk in the future. So, all in all, the banking system and the financial system in the region remain resilient, though there are some pockets of vulnerabilities within the region.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Before moving to the next question, let me see whether anybody wants to react to what they heard. If not, let me turn to the next round of questions. So let me start again with Governor Al-Thani. So when we focus on deepening financial markets, so as we just heard, banks remain the major source of financial institutions in the region. But of course, there are many developments in terms of capital markets as well. So how do you look at both the challenges and the lessons in terms of deepening and developing the domestic markets further?
Well, this is a great question. First of all, let's agree that financial market is very crucial for
any economy and the growth of any economy. The importance of the financial market is that that efficiently make the transmission of monetary policy. It enhances financial stability. It also help economic growth. Emerging market countries have done significant work in development of their financial market. However, they still face some challenges, and those challenges, what I call it, the 4 L's. The first one is the lack of sound and transparent legal and regulation environment to protect investors' interest. The second one is the lack of sound macroeconomic policies. The third factor, I think it's the lack of the breadth and depth of the capital market. The fourth challenge that the emerging market is facing is the lack of adequate infrastructure in the capital market. Those are the challenges that the emerging markets they are facing, and they need to overcome by the time. In Qatar, we have recognized the importance of the capital market. That's why in our third financial sector strategy, there is a pillar specified for the development of the capital market. However, we still think that there is room to grow more and more work to be done. But I want to bring here some of the initiatives that we have already implemented in the state of Qatar. We have, in the state of Qatar, we have relaxed the ownership of foreigners to the limits of ownership to 100%. So now the foreigners, they are able to own up to 100% of the listed companies in the stock exchange market. Also, we have launched also the derivative framework, and it will be also operating soon. As well as that, we have announced our primary dealer framework. Also, the settlement cycle has been reduced from T+3 to T+2 in our market. And also, Qatar Development Bank came up with an initiative to support SMEs, those SMEs that want to be listed. The new scheme that Qatar Development Bank came up with is to support the listing cost for those companies. So a lot of initiatives have been implemented already in our capital market.
Thanks so much. That's really very good to hear. And so let me turn again to Governor Kasimov and perhaps talk a little bit about the financial inclusion aspects as well, and how you see financial inclusion being intertwined with stability in particular.
Yes, do you hear me? Yes. I think for all over the world, the financial inclusion is one of the priority topics, particularly in emerging markets and particularly in Azerbaijan. In Azerbaijan, we have 70% of adult population. They are holding banking account. Quite a good achievement for the very short period of time. But there are some some figures which create some challenges for central bank, particularly for monetary policy, for financial stability, and of course showing that there is a huge potential for deepening the financial inclusion. First is banking assets to GDP ratio is 42%. So it means that the economy is unbanked, but it also gives information that there is a huge potential for growth. Banking sector holds around 95% of all the financial sector. Second, which creates challenges for monetary policy, is M0 is 43% of M2. Yeah, so it means that we have quite a big amount of cash in circulation. And I believe everything we are planned to expand the financial inclusion within the financial sector. More or less other regulators doing the same things. First, we are definitely focusing on supply side, so working on regulation, advancing the regulation. Second, working on developing the infrastructure. So we have introduced instant payment system locally. We have introduced open banking. In Azerbaijan Central Bank, some people said that we are a mega regulator, but I'm more in favor to say that we are regulating financial sector. We are in charge for supervision and regulation of the banking, insurance, capital market, payments, and also we are in charge for development of fintech. So having this mandate, we are focusing to bring the open finance infrastructure, which will provide all the market participants with open banking, open insurance, capital markets, and of course fintechs. One of the infrastructure projects which we started this year is to bring in the eKYC solution that will make the entrance to the financial sector much easier, particularly for the startups in the fintech side. But that's on supply side. On demand, we are working on increasing the financial literacy. Of course, we're doing targeted programs in this direction. But maybe one point which I think it's necessary to share is that in our country, we understood how monetary policy, particularly for the countries who have quasi-peg or peg regime, we have stable currency regime for 8 years. Our currency exchange rate didn't change, so 1.7 manat for $1 for 8 years. So using interest rate channel, which conventional central bankers will say that it won't work, but actually in our case we tested and that we believe at this stage it's really successful, particularly when we come to financial inclusion part. So in September 2022, we launched totally new monetary policy with new operational framework. We created money market first time, quite a deep, taking into account the size of the financial sector. We first time in the history we created the yield curve for risk-free rates for for government bonds. And we used macroprudential policy in combination with monetary policy. And what we have achieved for this year, for last year, 2024, we achieved 43% growth in unique individual term deposits. Yes. So it's quite big jump in 1 year because we brought competition on liability side of financial sector because we established the yield curve, we influenced on the cost of funds on liability side of the banks, particularly for the big ones. And 43% growth in term deposit individual accounts, that was quite significant. So taking into account that our mandate, in addition to managing the macroeconomic stability, we have a mandate for financial stability, including the regulation and supervision of financial sectors. That gives us opportunity to look holistically on financial inclusion. For example, we have renewed our compulsory non-life insurance products, and in some we have 100% penetration. So we're using digital channels to increase the penetration. So for third-party liability insurance, particularly in Casco, we have 100% penetration. Same we are going to do this year for real estate compulsory insurance, which covers catastrophic risks. For capital market, for example, last year we did in September first ever IPO for the state-owned, largest commercial bank, state-owned commercial bank in Azerbaijan, and number of individual investors grew 40 times. So, okay, logically the base was very low, but that was first time ever IPO, and we brought quite a big, first of all, from number perspective, and second, from liquidity perspective, we brought to capital market new funds, particularly from M0 part. Yeah. And the most important thing for this IPO, one of the most important things for this IPO was that 98% of all the subscription has been done through digital channels. And today 99.9% of secondary market transition goes through digital channels. Yeah. So that's all the part, that's the, let's say, very small but significant in terms of the impact achievements in terms of the financial inclusion in Azerbaijan. Yeah.
Thanks so much. That's really fascinating and very reassuring to hear of the traction. You mentioned monetary policy, and perhaps in turning to Governor Pizhny, we could deepen a little bit the discussion on inflation targeting in particular. You already mentioned the shock due to the conflict. What is the implication for the monetary policy process for supporting price stability, you know, how do you think about the pathway going forward?
Дякую тобі за це питання. Воно є дуже важливим, воно дозволить розкрити дуже важливе повідомлення про те, що Україна, попри війну, зберігаючи макрофінансову стабільність, готує відповідну
macro-financial stability and prepares a platform on which we plan to build a sustainable recovery model. But I would like to respond to my colleague's presentation. When I listened to him about financial inclusion and deepening of market and financial literacy, I realized that, in fact, despite the war, we have a lot of common issues, because the issue of financial inclusion for Ukraine is very important. Recently, the National Bank of Ukraine developed the respective draft law that was submitted to the parliament that creates a new entity in the banking market. We name it the Bank of Financial Inclusion. Its objective is to deepen as much as possible the banking market, to make it accessible for all, without exceptions. And given the war, the frontline territories, a lot of people who live beyond normal economic life, financial inclusion, you know, gains even more profound meaning. The issues of war veterans, and coming back to the inflation targeting. On the 24th of February 2022, the National Bank of Ukraine imposed an unprecedented package of restrictions and anti-crisis plan that was developed in advance. We refused from the inflation targeting. Before the war, Ukraine had normal, full, functional inflation targeting and flexible exchange rate. We limited the capital flow. I compare these measures with a tourniquet which is applied on the wound in case of severe bleeding, just to save the body. And these restrictions and this package of anti-crisis measures allowed to maintain the Ukrainian economy and to prevent panic in the market, and to more or less economically logical behavior of economic agents. Some 6 months later, when we saw that the effect of such restrictions becomes more negative than positive, we started thinking on the strategy of easing of FX restrictions and gradual return to inflation targeting and gradual return to floating exchange rate. And that strategy and our logic of our actions was based on the strategic plan that was very openly and clearly communicated by the National Bank to the public to shrink, to reduce the area of uncertainty. And the strategy of FX liberalization that gradually resumes capital flow, and our approach to inflation targeting when we applied flexible approach to inflation targeting that says that we will reach the inflation target of 5% at the political horizon, and given the shocks caused by the war, we extended this horizon. It gives our economic agents more certainty. We refused from the FX peg. In 2023, we moved to the so-called managed flexibility mode that, despite the war, returned the feeling of supply and demand to the market, and the market situation improved. Despite the war, economic agents resumed their ability to manage FX risk, and most importantly, the export proceeds started to come back to Ukraine, and we saw some inflow of private capital. The inflation of the first year of the war reached 27%. In 2023, we brought the inflation to the 5% target. This year, we observe acceleration of inflation, but we intend to keep the inflation expectation balance and to bring the inflation to the target of 5% at the horizon of our policy. The FX market is stable. The National Bank ended the year 2024 with record high level of nearly $44 billion of international reserves. I'm telling all this to the esteemed audience to demonstrate our willingness to ensure efficient implementation of our mandate under any conditions. Because the war is not the reason, not an excuse. It's on the other way around, it's the reason to understand the value of the central bank and its mandate. Price and financial stability, support of economic recovery are very important elements for us to maintain our ability to resist and our way to the victory. And therefore, now I quoted you, in fact, the updated strategy of the National Bank of Ukraine, and its title is the Financial Fortress. And this strategy defined the mission of the National Bank of Ukraine is to ensure the implementation of the mandate under any conditions. We understand that the challenge of the war for Ukraine is not and should not be the excuse for the National Bank to misbalance the respective macroeconomic processes. And the evidence is the fact that the local currency of Ukraine, hryvnia, remains attractive. The volume of investments made by the population in the government bonds increased nearly 4 times. And we did not apply any financial repressions. This market behavior, this is the level of confidence of the population in its own government and state that protects sovereignty and independence. And the last statement. From my experience, I will definitely write a book after the war ends. And there will be a huge chapter on our cooperation with the International Monetary Fund, because I believe the IMF and our program is a keystone that holds the entire structure of the financial support to Ukraine. A crucial element of our resilience is the fact that we managed to build efficient cooperation between monetary and fiscal authorities. And this understanding of how important it is that all elements of the structure, fiscal, Ministry of Finance, and monetary National Bank, operate together as one well-aligned model with respect to the limits of each other's mandates. The National Bank of Ukraine sees its independence as an objective, but also uses it as a resource to be as efficient as possible on the way to implementation of its mandate, even despite the continuous war. Each and every day I start not with digits and numbers of monetary market indicators, but with the information about the number of drones that attacked Ukraine and which sites were targeted, to estimate their consequences and, if required, to take measures. So we remain flexible, adaptable. May we use the expertise and experience of other banks we analyze, but we also ensure that our mandate is implemented as efficiently as possible in these challenging conditions.
For these insights. Let me next turn back to Chairman Al-Turki. You already talked about some of the financial stability indicators in the region. In terms of policies, how do you see priorities going forward?
كيف ترون هذه الأولويات تتغير؟
Well, I'm sitting among major policymakers here, so I think policy priorities are high on their agenda, and they're well equipped with their teams to discuss these policy priorities. But from the perspective of the Arab Monetary Fund, let me rather highlight some key risks that we follow on our work, and then articulating a policy is something that our audience are well equipped to do. I think the first one policy or risk that we observe for the financial sector within the region is that macroeconomic vulnerability or the macro financial nexus. And that is related to high debt, slow growth, high unemployment, and weak external sectors. All of these contribute to or threaten stability within the region. We've seen some examples here and there. For example, in Lebanon, the banking crisis due to unsustainable public debt and currency devaluation, while a new government hopefully will inject a better situation or to mitigate the risk there. In Sudan, we've seen, aside even before the geopolitical situation, high inflation and weak external positions also affecting stability. The second risk I would like to highlight is the cybersecurity risk and financial digitalization. Of course, the financial sector has been pioneering in a transformation toward digitalization. This comes with a major price, but of course this is not a call to slow down the transformation to a digital transformation, rather to couple it with the right policy. In particular, because the cost of breach within the region is around in the financial sector, is $8.1 million back in 2023. This compares to a global average of 4.9 for the same period. So that's highlight the importance of cyber security and addressing the cyber risk. Two examples that come to mind on this, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates leading in the digital banking, but also they were becoming a high priority target for cyber attacks, which pushed the policymakers to implement better infrastructure for the cyber security. Now, the third risk that we see, which have been highlighted since the morning in one way or another, is the geopolitical risks and the spillover. Of course, it's been obvious conflict will definitely impact the trade, investments, as well as economic activity. The war in Gaza and the tension in the Red Sea have a significant economic impact, and with a major spillover on the financial, or potential spillover on the financial sector. Despite this, we've seen some good indicators in the impacted countries. For example, if you look at Egypt, or not Egypt capital adequacy ratio, Jordan capital adequacy ratio, and even Palestine capital adequacy ratio is very strong, all of which above between 15 and or 16 and 18%. And the fourth risk, I would say highlighted by some of our reports, is the household debt. And we've seen a number of economies where household debt increases the default risk. An example of how to mitigate it, I think, in Kuwait as well as in the UAE, where high consumer debt levels have led the government to introduce debt services to income limits to manage that. However, in Tunisia, for example, back in 2023, 2022, stagnating economics and high household debt have resulted in an increase in NPLs to near 15%, which is a near a record high. These are some of the risks that we observe and follow within the region. But as I mentioned, policymakers within the region are well equipped to translate or address these risks in a policy as a policy priority.
Thank you so much. Thank you for a very substantial discussion. We are unfortunately out of time. We're aiming to have another round of discussion on artificial intelligence and digital payments, cross-border payments, and cyber issues. But unfortunately, we don't have time for that. But I think it's very much on top of mind of everybody here. I did want to mention that the governor of Sama could unfortunately not make it to our panel, Ayman Al-Sayari. And of course, many thanks to Minister Al-Jadaan for hosting us and the ministry for putting together this wonderful conference. With that, thank you very much. Very good discussion.
Let's give one last round of applause for our moderator and panelists, please, for their remarkable insights. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the first day of the AlUla conference for emerging market economies, we reflect on a day full of insightful discussions, forward-thinking ideas, and valuable exchanges that will definitely help shape the future for emerging economies. Rawan, what does tomorrow look like?
Tomorrow, Yasser, is very promising. We have a lot of pivotal topics, distinguished speakers. The day is going to be very exciting. We look forward to having you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp, hopefully, and have a pleasant evening. See you soon.
Thank you so much.
You.